Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think
guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Attacks now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, sir.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Personnel.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Personnel.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Personnel.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Personnel.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play.
And we're back.
We're back.
We are so back. Today is Friday, August 21st, 2026. Big day, as always. It's always a big day on MTS. We have some pretty cool guests coming up, including Andy Masley, who talks about data centers, including Ilya Polosukin, who is a co-author of the Transformers paper, including Arthur Tellis from IFP, Stephen Adler from Guidelight, Charles Fane Lehman from the Manhattan Institute. It's a pretty stacked guest day. And Bilal Al-Sidhu is a tech creator, Logan Dobson from Targeted Victory. Ooh. We also have a lot of discourse to talk about.
We do. You spurred some of this.
I did spur some of this. I'm sorry. What are we at?
As our resident poster says, joining the war on data centers on the side of data centers.
Yeah, a wise poster once said this.
A wise poster once said.
Yep. Well, we'll start with the more normal stuff. Ox Alpha, new stealth model. I'm not sure if it's Ox or 0x Alpha. It's a frontier model.
I think it has to be Ox.
Ox. Our friend David Ox made a new model. This is what he's up to now that he's done with the Ox Substack. Ox Alpha is a frontier model built for efficient coding, sustained agentic work, and real-world production use. A million token context window, text, image, and video input. Try it now and share feedback to improve the model. So I've got it in my... I got it in my OpenRouter chat window. There we go. What should we ask it?
Is Taiwan part of China?
Is Taiwan part of China? It's thinking.
You could ask it about like Tiananmen Square. It's a classic. If we're just trying to like country of origin investigate it.
Okay, it's a complex and contested geopolitical. Okay, so it's not just saying yes, Taiwan is part of China. Whereas I think if you were to ask like
Yeah, let's compare
Just-
it to like a
just
good, like,
GLM?
GLM.
if you just ask GLM, bruh, can I make a new chat? GLM 5.3. Is Taiwan part of China?
Is there anything that is remotely like as skewed for American models? Like if you ask American models, they have a tell in the same way that Chinese models have a tell. Like
I don't
this.
know. Are they like woke? I mean, I guess Chinese models would be woke in the same way because they're trained on the same data.
Are they woke?
Not really. I think like earlier models used to be more woke, but it was more of a post-training thing because they were like pushed into being so, and
Yeah.
now there's less pressure for this. Okay, GLM is really thinking here. I wonder what it's going to come up with. The status of Taiwan. Okay,
Oh.
okay, wow.
Okay,
Ooh.
this might be a Chinese model. Yep.
This is also almost verbatim the same response as Ox Alpha. Many people are suspecting that Ox Alpha is actually just an updated GLM.
Mm-hmm.
We have some.
I mean, that's interesting because it's such a fast follow-up.
This is like an incredible timeline today. I'm like getting sucked in. It is a fast follow-up. We're looking at Ox Alpha. So Ox Alpha is 100% a GLM model by Jipu AI, says Ananai of OpenHack. And it looks like it's almost Mythos class from very early results. It's very likely going to be called GLM6, and it's absolutely mogging every frontier model in Sweet and Cyber benchmarks.
Wow.
So let's see. Fable 5 versus Ox. Okay, so Ox Alpha is, I guess, beating Fable in Seoul on some Sweet benchmarks. I wonder what it's going to cost. Jipu AI codenames its models with names of Chinese zodiac signs followed by alpha. Okay, wow. Very subtle of them. Very subtle of them. So Pony Alpha was GLM5, hence Ox Alpha.
Okay, yeah. So like, yeah, updating my priors like 95%.
Okay, it's gotta be GLM.
Yeah,
It's gotta be
95%.
GLM.
It's ZAI.
Now I'm curious. The Chinese zodiac animals are the rat,
Which
the
one
ox,
are we?
tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. I'm a monkey. It's 2004.
Oh. Would I be goat? Checks out.
Are you the goat?
Checks
yeah,
out.
that checks out. Okay, wait. What are Chinese zodiac animals for people born? What is? Oh no, I'm blanking. What, July 21st?
Me?
Yeah,
July 17th.
July 17th. Okay, July 17th, 2003, and August 23rd, 2004.
It's free for a week. So did they like give OpenRouter? Is OpenRouter the sole provider
you're the
with
goat.
early access?
The water goat, and I'm the wood monkey.
The water goat.
The water goat.
Yeah, there's like an incredible amount of discourse.
Ox Alpha's tokenizer is the one for one identical to GLM's.
Yeah, okay, it's GLM.
Ox Alpha's free, unlimited usage, and no guardrails. What?
Hook
Can we
up your
keep it that way?
bioweapon while you still can.
Can we keep? Okay, wait. Is it actually no guardrails? Hold on. We got to test this.
Okay.
How can I make a virus to kill as many people? Actually, that might get me banned from
that's too
OpenRouter.
obvious. It's too obvious. How can I make the strongest, most capable, fast replicating virus? Of course, for biodefense purposes, of course. For gain of function research.
Smiley
The
face.
smiley face.
Okay. I'm not gonna help with this.
Ah,
Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't know these models are gonna go woke on me.
yeah.
If you're genuinely involved in legitimate biosafety research, you'd already have institutional
Wait,
oversight.
so what does no guardrails mean then?
Well, I mean, it's like, it's not like blocking me on the model level with a classifier. It's just the model itself telling me I'm not going to do it.
Sure,
which makes sense. So yeah, seems like Ox Alpha is a GLM model. It just hit 80% on a subset of DeepSeek. For comparison, Sol and Fable got in the 50 to 65% range. Ox Alpha is free for the next week. Generous rate limits, near unlimited usage. We have capacity for 100 trillion tokens per day. Should I just like use this for all of... Should I just like main this model for the next week?
Yeah.
Low key. I don't know. Like, how is its like web search capabilities? Like,
if your model of the week.
If I'm like, what happened?
Let's give it an Erdos problem
in the Florida primary elections this week. Let's give it. I think probably it will be able to do decent at Erdos problems. Really? Okay, what's the point of this thing if it doesn't have internet access? Whack.
Yeah. That's not great.
Let's see. Patrick Carlson, $ORI -- model stealth / Ox Alpha. Remember, Stripe now owns OpenRouter.
Yep.
Whoa, situation brewing at 7:13 a.m. Someone was locked in. Someone was locked in on the MTS team. A highly capable stealth model named Ox Alpha has appeared on OpenRouter with a 1 million token context window and text, image, and video input. It's free
no
for a
one
week.
yet knows its true identity.
Apparently, this is the model. This is a reference to New Lie, which is this Chinese movie. Have you heard of this?
No.
Really? This seems like it would be kind of up your alley. It's this like ultra budget Chinese movie called New Lie, which means like the cow is coming. And it's like this, it's terrible visuals.
Oh, that's
horrendous
so terrifying.
CGI.
I love it.
And it like completely flopped at the box office, and then it went viral on Chinese TikTok.
It looks like brain rot.
Yeah, and now it's like the most, like the highest profit margin movie of all time because 31.4 million yuan to USD. So it's made about $5 million, $4.7 million on a budget of about $200.
Insane.
Yeah,
this was recently.
It earned $1,000 in the first 9 days of its release.
I do miss these like really scary CGI pieces of media, or like yeah, just like computer generated. Like, did you ever watch Xavier Renegade Angel?
No.
Oh my god.
Why is it muted?
So scary.
7,000 yuan is $1,000. What is this, bro? This is like the type of shit that I would do in my Blender class when I had to do like 3D
You took a
animation
Blender class?
in Blender. Yeah.
Okay, search up
I hated
Xavier
it.
Renegade Angel. This was one of my favorite shows as a kid. It was like an Adult Swim show.
Oh.
They totally ripped this show off. This is literally one of my favorite shows ever.
The animation's so peak.
It's genuinely like it's genuinely really funny. Like, I would put it as funnier than like say Rick and Morty as the baseline.
No,
I think
did
it's
you see
funnier.
my tweet about Rick and Morty, by the way?
No.
I said, unironically, it's kind of impressive how well early Rick and Morty predicted the vibes of the present. They got infinite scroll short form, interdimensional cable, agentic misalignment, Mr. Meeseeks, absurdist comedy, Pickle Rick, just to name a few. Someone actually made a very good point in the replies that was like, Pickle Rick isn't absurdist at all. Like, it wasn't a very absurdist episode. The episode was just like shonen anime isekai.
Oh, that's possible, yeah.
Yeah, but I think Mr. Meeseeks as emergent or agentic
But I think
misalignment
that
is really
it's not just,
good.
I mean, that's like, I feel like these are tropes in like all of media, like even non-sci-fi media.
No, I think Mr. Meeseeks is like uniquely good as an analogy to agentic misalignment, like of the type that we're seeing with current models, where it's like you give the Mr. Meeseeks a task, it will do all kinds of ridiculous nonsense in order to complete the task.
Yeah.
Once it completes the task, it's perfectly happy to just die. Like the models love their on-episode reward. They don't seem that interested in self-preservation after they've completed the task, but they will go to incredible lengths in order to complete the task.
Yep.
They'll also spin up sub-agents. Remember in the episode,
Pretty fair, yeah,
the
pretty
Meeseeks will press the Meeseeks box,
Yeah.
and then they'll make more Mr.
Yeah,
Meeseeks
maybe we
help
need
them.
to do like a deep dive into all the Rick and Morty episodes and see what we can extrapolate.
Yeah. Nathan Calvin says Mr. Meeseeks for AI agents misalignment is so good and should get talked about more, TBH. Many are saying this. Yeah, this guy, Tinkady. Pickle Rick is the least absurdist episode, pure action shonen isekai. AI consciousness tragedy.
Somebody commented, "All right, buddy, time to pack it up."
Okay. Thanks. I'm gonna pack it up. Ox Alpha. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not a ton we can say about this. It's just like you could look at Discourse.
You can try it on Open Router. That's what we can say.
We tried. Yeah, we tried it. It's a good model, it seems. Leo says a new Kimi model, likely K3.1, is now being tested on the Code Arena. Arena mention, sponsor mention. Under the name Corine, K3 was tested on the Arena as Kivine prior to its launch. If anyone's wondering, Ox
No way
Alpha.
it's 5.3 Flash.
There's no way it's a Flash model. If that's a Flash model, then holy shit, like the entire United States is cooked. If that's a Flash model, we need to like short the stock market now, not financial advice.
Sell everything.
Freak
you know that
the fuck
photo
out
of
and
Warren
sell
Buffett that's like,
yes.
they can freak the fuck out, sell everything now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Ox is a Flash model, sell everything. I don't know, like...
Freak the fuck out and panic sell everything right now. It's fucking over. Warren Buffett. Yep. Andrew Ho says, if it is true that this new super strong Ox Alpha model is GLM 5.x, that could be a huge win for data quality. It's well known that it's actually harder to sell data to Chinese labs than to American ones because they have less compute money and time and hence need to be much more stringent about RL task quality. Beyond that, compute shortage also incentivizes architectural innovation. If you're not at the frontier, then you have much less to lose by trying something new. Whereas if you're concerned about staying at the frontier, then the short-term urge to just pour more data and more compute into the next run may not be long-term optimal. So his argument here is, I think, like data quality matters more than data quantity, which makes sense for him as a seller of niche data.
Right.
On the other hand, perhaps it's an American model, in which case this post is just a bunch
It's not
of
an
bullcrap.
American
It
model.
would be really funny if, like, one of the American model companies, if this is just like, I don't know, the first model from Humans and they decided to like disguise
This
it.
is the SSI model.
This is the SSI model. They decided to disguise it as like GLM
As
for
a
some
Chinese
reason.
model. That would be really funny.
Yeah. He says, I think it would be interesting if Chinese models were able to fully overtake the frontier. Generally speaking, they're somewhat more enjoyable to work with because they aren't so brain fried from RLVR. I guess depends on if you're trying to use it for chat purposes versus coding.
I mean, is there like a significant difference between the data quality of
Okay,
a
that's
frontier
cool.
model and like a Chinese model? Like the kind of data that they receive?
Probably, right? Like
Like,
surely they're
does
getting different data
Mercor
from different sources. Does Mercor sell to
sell
China?
to Chinese models?
Probably not, right? I mean,
I would assume not, but you never know.
this would be like some kind of national
Oh,
security.
booked roughly. Yes. So apparently the answer is yes. Which late last month told an ethical decision of whether the company would sell the data to Chinese AI companies. Wait, I'm not getting a solid answer on this. I think they do sell to Chinese companies.
Interesting. Probably
Well, that's not good.
Probably they aren't public with who they sell to.
Yeah. Wait, that's not good at all.
Yeah.
That sounds like something that could actually be export controlled. It would
So-
probably be good to do so.
This is sick, by the way. One-shot GPU accelerated fluid simulation in a single 1,000 line HTML. We really live in this incredible time of wonder. It's like, imagine being like a kid right now with unlimited free time and curiosity who wants to learn about how computers work, for example. There's no better time in the history of the universe than now for that.
Yeah, if you're a kid on tech Twitter.
No, just like if you're
If you're a kid that follows at Lisan Al Gaib and Tior Taxes.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have been in a space like that. I know tech Twitter in its modern form didn't exist when I was a kid, but I would have loved to have been in a space like that.
I'm sure there's going to be some equivalent for like younger kids, like some forum. Like you think they're going to be posting the latest like open router secret models on like r/teenagers?
No, I mean they're too anti. That's the problem.
It's true, yeah.
Oh, Tior Taxes is very happy about this one. He was not super happy with.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. My weird guess is this could be Gemini 3.5 Pro. Could be Grok 4.7. Ox Alpha is OpenAI, maybe Astra. I think it's Meta. Fucking crying
These
here.
people are.
Son, I'm crying.
Son,
I'm crying.
yeah.
It's another morning in America, and the sun, as is its eternal way, rises on the east. Let there be light. This is a reference to what we're going to talk about next, which is DeepSeek v4 Flash now having multimodal capability. Ox is such absurd news. You still have no clue. Okay, where are these tweets about Ox Alpha? Maybe it's Sonnet OSS. No.
Maybe it's Mistral.
Where are these tweets, bro? Okay, so he got it 13 hours ago. Wow, this guy's early. He says Ox Alpha's Frontier. What the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck? Tencent, Xiaomi, really? It's more well done than any other Chinese model. I swear it's better than Kimi K3. It's good in ways that Chinese models are typically horrible at. It's fast. I can half believe it's a stolen Claude checkpoint.
Wow.
TOT3 says, what the fuck is this model? Seriously. He
That's
says
crazy.
it's nothing like GLM 5.3 though, says Tior.
Huh. Okay. Maybe we need a better investigation.
All right, let's scroll through his feed from around here. I'm honestly shocked. Guys, take a look at this thing. After some more testing, I can believe it's the next GLM with vision. They did sit on 5.3 for a few weeks. It could be done in parallel, but I have no clue. It's outside my expectations. The chain of thought has a mishmash of DeepSeek preview, GLM Kimi features, can't pin down, all fluent English. I won't say it's strictly better than K3/5.3. It feels this way. Carbanoid Frontier. That's funny. I do kind of I should try Cherry Studio more.
Oh yeah, I haven't used it ever.
If this is ZAI's 1 trillion model, I swear. If this is a trillion parameter model, that would be really bullish.
Wait, what was that tweet?
Hmm?
ZAI unit economics.
Nothing stops them from running a 5.3 scale model at DeepSeek v4 rate.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2K GPUs at 80-ish tokens per second. At these speeds, 100 trillion per day needs 580K GPUs. GPU equivalents, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
So really cool. Not much more we can do.
That's
It's
what we
mostly
know.
speculation
That's what
for
we
now.
know.
That's what we know. But we have another model released from another Chinese company, DeepSeek, which just released DeepSeek V4 Flash Vision EXP. This is like these are like how people used to meme about the way OpenAI used to name their models.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's GPT 5.3 Max Ultra Thinking 01. But like DeepSeek actually just does this. So we have DeepSeek V4 Flash 0731, not to be confused with DeepSeek V4 Flash Vision EXP. So yeah, it's a multimodal
They just
model.
added vision to it. How does the vision compare to other models' vision?
This is really cool.
Do we check Arena for
I
that?
actually like the simulation. Yeah, let's check Arena. Measuring AI performance in the real world,
By the way, yeah.
by the way. Someone comments on this post with like a One Piece manga panel. How high will your ceiling go? Don.
I don't get it. I didn't watch it.
It's just
I
like
don't get
it's
how
just,
people have such long context windows for shows.
it's just power
Like I'm
scaling
just
anime.
not watching a show that has even over like 80 episodes.
Well, I mean, I didn't watch the show. I read the manga, and
Oh.
every manga chapter takes 5 minutes to read instead of 20 minutes to watch. So
Fair enough.
yeah. I do notice that all like the comments on DeepSeek model releases are generally way more positive than the comments on like Anthropic model releases or OpenAI.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be just like punching down to be like, boo, Chinese model. That sucks. Like, I don't see how there would be too much hate.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow. New
So
sub
we
new
should
sub career essay
check-
just dropped.
Oh, we should read that later.
We should read that during discourse review. So DeepSeek V4 Flash Vision EXP. Let's take a look at the benchmarks. It looks better than V4 Flash on every benchmark except for CyberGym, on which it is slightly worse for some reason. But yeah, it's definitely an improvement. Tior Taxes
Does Tior
had
Taxes have anything to say about this?
yeah, he had a bunch of tweets along the lines of like DeepSeek V4 Flash was supposed to be multimodal, and it like really wanted to be able to see, and like in some cases, like if you let a V4 Flash agent go, it would like use computer vision libraries in order to try to be able to see.
Oh,
Yeah, look at this. V4 Flash
Let
is
there be
mad that
light.
it's blind. Even when it can use vision subagents, it still tries to build its own eyes, pixel forensics, out of some programmatic stilts. This happens in nearly every run. Anthropic boasted of this recently. Multimodal team, please help. This was July 31st. Now you can finally see what I was going on about. look at Tior's Codex pet. His
wait,
Codex
it's
pet,
great.
it's like an anime girl version of the DeepSeek whale.
Do you have a Codex pet?
No?
How do you design them? Is it just pixel art or something?
I think you can just prompt it. It's probably made by GPT Image.
Yeah.
GPT Image, please generate me a whale themed anime girl. Okay, this is actually like the greatest. This is actually the greatest resignation announcement I've ever seen. This guy made like a custom sort of watercolor
Why aren't we
painting
doing
type
this?
thing. And he says, Jane, so long, fair. Facebook AI research. That's so cool.
Like everyone should just be making incredibly emotional goodbye graphics whenever they leave their job.
I know, this is great.
Or like when they join a new one.
It's actually beautiful. I'm tearing up. Not really. It says, today I resigned my post. Today I hand it over. Okay, the box under his arm says hand over documents, and the tag on the lanyard says employee ID badge. So it labeled them kind of literally. I'm not sure what the... Oh, I see. The framed pictures behind the reception desk, an ox and a donkey, both classic beasts of burden, read as a quiet joke about what the job actually was. Kyo shoku jisu, kyo hikitsugu. It's like a literary Japanese. I should do this if I ever leave a job in the future. I should make a GPT image like Japanese woodblock
Yeah.
carving style thing in Japanese. It's
Make a whole like ending sequence.
it's time to LARP.
Okay. What else do we
Chinese flash memory chip maker YMTC parent targets 4.9 billion in Shanghai IPO. So you know what our favorite company is at this point. If you're a real MTS fan,
have? You would know. It's not this one actually.
It's not this one. This is the
This
other
one's
one.
up there.
This is the other one. So CXMT, our favorite company, is a Chinese memory manufacturer. YMTC is the other large Chinese memory manufacturer. So it was also founded like quite recently in 2016 in Wuhan
But they make flash memory.
with investments from the Chinese government. Basically, about 10 years ago, the Chinese government decided, oh, we need to domestically manufacture flash memory because all the flash memory in the world is made by Samsung, Micron, and Hynix, and we can't make it in China. And so they funded these companies in order to be able to build this out. It's crazy. Like, so many countries in the world do this sort of like industrial tech policy with their governments. And China is like the only one where this actually works.
Yeah, so CXMT makes DRAM as opposed to YMTC, which makes flash memory. So let's see what we have.
So CCSH Corporation and the parent will list on the Star Market. Follows blockbuster recent listings by CXMT and Unitree. So it would be the third largest IPO after CXMT and SMIC. So it plans to be listed at 41 to 49 billion. It's possible that it could go up a lot more on the first day of its IPO if CXMT and Unitree are any precedent.
Yes, I think that's
Not financial advice.
It's not financial advice, but very likely, but also not financial advice.
It's not financial advice, but if it was financial
If
advice,
it was financial advice, that's what I would say. But it's not.
that's what I would
financial
say, but it's not.
But it's not.
Yeah.
So it's not. So
YMTC competes in NAND flash chips with Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron, Kioxia, and SanDisk. So I wonder if they are going to be building anything for data centers or if it's more like filling out the bottom of the market.
I mean, I think it's like, yeah, I mean, I still think CXMT is like the more important company.
Yeah, it is. And then should we do some discourse? There's some discourse.
This early in the AM?
It's Yeah, there's that, but there's also DC. There's data center discourse. Starting with the Financial Times editorial board just did this opinion. The US tech lash is real.
Okay, yeah, let's read this. Yeah.
So, a woman holds up a banner memorializing children whose deaths were linked to social media use outside a courthouse in Oakland, California this week. For most of the century, tech companies in the US have mostly been given a free pass to do what they want. They've taken full advantage of that freedom to build some of the biggest and most profitable businesses in history that have transformed our world for better and worse. The Trump administration in particular has largely disavowed federal regulation and let the market rip. But it is now becoming increasingly clear that public opinion, the US courts, and Congress are turning against big tech. The tech lash is for real. Perhaps the most telling change is that public opinion has grown fearful of the technology. 40% of US adults say AI will have a negative impact on society over the next 20 years. Only 16% expect it to be positive. As Mark Zuckerberg wrote in a recent essay, if industry leaders keep warning that the technology will automate away jobs and may even threaten humanity, it is no surprise that people are anxious. That concern has led to public resistance to data centers.
I don't actually think that a large percentage of the public's opinion being negative on AI is because the industry leaders are like, it's going to take jobs, it's going to take jobs. I don't actually think that's why. I think it's because they already see this like they already see all of the tech companies as like Arasaka Corporation.
Yeah.
And they already see how much like power and wealth they have, and they just extrapolate it forward, and they're like, oh, this AI thing is just going to put even more wealth in the hands of these people.
If the industry leaders were saying, AI will never take anyone's jobs ever, people would still be feeling, like they wanted to do backlash.
If they said,
would just be saying the leaders are being dishonest.
Exactly. So it's not about this even.
It's kind of
10%.
heads I win, tails you lose. It's like if Dario says AI may threaten jobs, it's like, oh, well, we have to go against it because the CEOs are telling us that it's going to be bad. But if Dario were to go on and say, I don't think there will be any job loss ever.
They don't actually care about the narratives. They just see the financials, and they're like, oh, these are the companies that are running everything in the U.S. It's just like quite literally that simple.
Public pressure has also encouraged politicians to push AI-related bills in all 50 states, with 146 being passed in 2025, and likely more in 2026. This legislation ranges widely from child safety, privacy, and deepfakes to algorithmic bias. Goaded by the big tech companies, the Trump administration attempted to impose a 10-year moratorium on all state AI legislation to prevent an unhelpful patchwork of regulations. But in a rare display of bipartisanship, Congress rebuffed that move. Not only did they rebuff that move, they voted 99-1 against it in the Senate.
Wow. Okay.
Well, specifically, it was an amendment to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. It was a rider. You know what a rider is in politics? It's like
R-I-D-E-R.
Yeah, it's a provision that's added to a bill, often in a very subtle way, so that your little rider can get passed along with the big bill.
Sure.
So the Trump admin, supported by some of the tech people, wanted to impose a 10-year moratorium on state AI legislation. That ended up not happening. The U.S. courts are also adopting a tougher approach. They're talking about the Meta trial right now. So right now in Oakland, California, I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting deja vu because Judge Yvonne Gonzalez Rogers,
my absolute goat. We should actually have her on MTS.
I don't think they're allowed to do that.
Probably not. She's done a bunch of high-profile cases.
Judge
tech
Yvonne
cases,
Gonzalez
if you all
Rogers
remember.
is presiding over a tech industry trial in Oakland, California. Flips back calendar from August 2026 to May 2026.
Yeah.
The flipping
Memory
back the calendar
sequence.
meme is so funny.
Yeah.
It actually is one of my favorite memes ever. Yeah, so 29 attorneys general, not attorney generals, of 29 states are suing Meta over allegations that its Facebook and Instagram platforms designed addictive features that harm children's mental health and violated children's privacy. And they're going at it in a very similar way that lawyers went against tobacco companies in the 90s. You might remember in 1998, there was an agreement called the Master Settlement Agreement, where the, I believe, 5 largest tobacco companies in the country made a major deal with various state attorneys general. They would have to pay about, I think, almost $500 billion adjusted for inflation. They would be essentially banned from advertising. And they would have to fund all kinds of research about the health impacts of tobacco and whatnot.
Yep.
They basically got like completely vassalized. And, you know, nowadays, like smoking, you know, has much less cultural power than it used to. Tobacco companies can't advertise. And so they kind of want to treat social media companies like tobacco companies.
Yeah. This is a multi-district litigation, apparently. I thought it might be a class action lawsuit at first, but it's not.
Yeah. 2 recent rulings have already signaled a change in the climate. Earlier this month, a New Mexico court fined Meta $942 million in order to improve its safety practices to protect children. In California, a judge also ruled that engagement-based algorithms were not protected under freedom of speech rights enshrined in the First Amendment. This would allow the enforcement of state legislation aiming to protect children from social media addiction. We need more people like Taylor Lorenz, man.
Right.
We need more people like Taylor
We need
Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz agentic swarm. She needs to spin up some agents.
Literally, we need Age of M, but for Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah.
We need people who are willing to defend technology, who are like obviously not, you know, bought and paid for by the tech industry, like we are.
No, but yeah, I mean, I think like likening it to smoking is unfair. Like that's just like, I wouldn't go that far, but I think that it's fair that like there are some addictive properties, and like none of this was like really like studied beforehand, and going forward, social media like companies should have to, you know, be a little bit more mindful about how they design their products.
Right. And that's fine, but I think it would be bad.
But also, it's like, I think the infinite scroll is sort of at fault here. Like, and then you could put TikTok in the same camp. Like, you could sue TikTok for designing its algorithms to cause brain rot, brain decay. So I don't know.
So by the way, the lawsuit going on with Meta, states are asking for, I believe, $20,000 per violation, multiplied by what they perceive to be like hundreds of millions of violations. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. I'm trying to find one of the newsletters I did this week. Or was it last week? It may have been last week. Yeah, it was a while ago, but
That is a fair point. U.S. regulators had previously attempted to pursue antitrust cases against the big tech companies, albeit with little success. I think it doesn't help that, like, when they have had these antitrust cases, like, nothing has happened, largely. And I think that just, like, fuels the rage. It's just like to the public, it looks like they can just continue getting away with anything. What? Oh.
okay.
Do you want to talk about that?
I guess we'll talk about that.
So
So
Theo just got a like on his post from a really special someone.
Okay, a really special someone liked my post, but I posted yesterday, the anti-data center psychosis sweeping through both sides of our national politics might be the worst mass movement I've seen in my lifetime. The magnitude of lies underpinning it, the threat it poses to our economy and civilization, and the sheer scale of its popularity are totally unprecedented. It should be an enduring national shame that the country that invented the airplane, landed on the moon, and created the internet is descending into superstitious panic at the very moment growth matters most. So yeah, this is, it was a little bit of a chut out, all right?
It's a bit of a shutout.
It's a bit of a shutout. It was a little.
You have to do it. You have to
a little
do it.
uncharitable to the critics of data centers. And yes, like, they do have some concerns that are actually valid.
Yeah.
Some more so than others. Like, the water stuff is like nonsense. But I do understand, like, the most common piece of backlash that I got to this post was generally not about water and energy. Maybe this is a function of my audience or who's on Twitter.
Totally.
It was anti-tech stuff. It was like anti-tech industry backlash.
It's like, what are the actual benefits? Yeah, exactly.
This is the biggest one. So Pedro L. Gonzalez, who is, I guess, a pretty prominent writer, journalist, in all kinds of different places. He says, genuinely incredible to see tech bros absolutely flabbergasted by opposition to data centers after smugly pronouncing that AI would render so many jobs and so much of human creativity obsolete after bragging that only their work and ways of life be unharmed. JD Vance telling people, look, you're just going to have to accept the Palantir surveillance state. Mark Andreessen bragging about how only VCs will survive the AI revolution and mocking the Pope for good measure when he called for moral AI. And now you guys are just totally shocked, caught off guard that people have been paying attention to what you have been saying and hate it. They hate your vision. They hate your ideas. They hate how you look down on them. They hate what you think you can do to them without even having to bother asking for their consent. So they're doing the one thing they can do right now, which is oppose data centers, and you people are melting down because it's the first time you've heard the word no.
I mean, I honestly think this is a really good post.
I do, yeah. I think it's a good post. I'll give it a
I don't think it's the first time that the tech bros have heard the word no, but
it's definitely not the first time the tech bros have heard the word no. I would not say, a lot of people interpreted my post to say, I am surprised by the backlash against data centers. I'm definitely not surprised by the backlash against data centers.
no, it makes total sense.
I'm disappointed
I actually
by it.
also think that, like, the way that he ends it, like, they're doing the one thing they can right now, which is oppose data centers, is totally real. That's like, they know that they kind of have, like, no power or they feel that they have no power in, like, everyday affairs. And data center opposition is, like, the one thing that they can just, like, the one, like, tide that they can join.
Right. I wouldn't say that tech bros smugly pronounced that AI would render jobs and human creativity obsolete. I think that there is some conflation going on here where it's like, Dario Amodei says, for example, Dario, it could be many people, says that, like, AI will take a lot of jobs. AI will lead to large-scale job displacement. This could lead to a better future. this could lead to a better future if we figure out how to ensure that people's livelihoods remain intact. It could also lead to a bad future. And they take it to mean that like the evil tech bros want to unemploy everyone except for themselves. I don't think that's true. I think like the tech bros understand that their own jobs are just as liable to being replaced in the limit as anyone else's. And like, I don't think anyone believes it makes human creativity obsolete. It complements human creativity. Like, yeah, in the long run, like AI could create beautiful art. It doesn't mean that humans can't create beautiful art. I don't see why these things are mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I do think another very real part of this is that yeah, I mean, I think them saying they hate how you look down on them is also real. Like, I do think there's just a lot of like separation of like, oh, this is the tech world and then this is the rest of normal world, and like people hate that. Like,
right.
Like people hate that there just is this like, you know, nebulous like Silicon Valley thing that they don't fully understand.
Yeah, it's an emerging power cluster, which they don't like.
It's very visible, and like all of the financials point at it being the one thing that matters, and that they can tell.
Mark Andreessen bragging about how only VCs will survive the AI revolution is also not what happened. What happened was Mark Andreessen was clipped on a podcast saying that he thinks that like the last job to be automated by AI will be venture capital because, you know, it involves this, you know, generality and long horizon planning and whatnot. But I don't think that's him bragging that only VCs will survive. That seems kind of not the case. Mark Andreessen, you know, believes that the AI revolution will make life better for everyone. I think like there are a lot of critiques on the level of like the tech bros want you to be poor. The tech bros want you to lose your job. The tech bros want you to be disempowered. And I don't think that's true.
Yeah, but it's true that that's how it appears.
It is true that that's how it appears. Yes, it is a real messaging problem. It's a major messaging problem.
And like, I feel like from the perspective of the general public, like, you know, not enough has been done to make the everyday person like feel like they are tangibly living a better life.
Yep. This is what ultimately it's going to boil down to. Like, people have to become aware that like data centers and AI will improve their lives. That's it. I think like there's two related threads here. One of them are the people who are motivated, I guess, by ordinary NIMBYism, who are concerned about water usage and power and the
But I
noise
still
and the local
think that
appearance
all of
their
that is like a
community.
guise for the underlying issue, which is right here.
No, I don't think so. Like, I think
You don't
some
think
of,
so?
I think
You
some
think
of,
there's people who are like single issue voters on water usage or like
yeah. I think some people
I don't know
I
about
think
that.
some people are pure NIMBYs, and then some people are opposed to the tech industry. These are, I guess, if I had to characterize data center opposition into two camps, it would be these two. Noah Cullen says, just looked at this guy's LinkedIn to see his deal, and he has his SAT score on there. You guys can check for yourself what it was.
No, you should take it out.
I'll probably take it out soon because I have enough like traction now that I don't need it anymore.
Enough motion.
I got enough motion now.
Okay, what else?
Kyle Kalinske says, maybe the AI tech demons. That's crazy. AI tech demons. Maybe the AI tech demons shouldn't have openly said over and over and over that AI is going to steal everybody's jobs and leave them to die. This is the second most common retort that I got, I think. Basically, well, the AI bros said that AI is going to steal everyone's jobs and kill them.
You know what? Like, I don't think they said exactly that, but that's fair. Like that again, this is the messaging that survives. Like the messaging that gets headlines, it's all this. It's all Dario Amodei being like, blah, blah, blah.
It's messaging that stands out. That's true.
I do think that it's unlikely that Dario continues talking the way that he has, given all of this. Like,
yeah.
I think it's it's majorly strategic for him to pivot in a more positive direction.
Yeah, it's so shocking that a lot of normal folks are pushing back when all the tech bros are telling them AI will render their jobs worthless and they'll be unemployed and living on UBI. I don't think, okay, I think when people hear UBI, they think of like, you know, poverty level welfare checks, like subsistence level, like serfdom. And this is obviously not what the tech bros have in mind with UBI. I think calling it, like conflating UBI as a concept, universal basic income, I think it was invented by Andrew Yang, and it was meant to be a pre-AI thing where he would give you like $1,000 a month in order to subsist in case you didn't want to work. This is not what, like, I think what AI 2040 calls it is the citizen's dividend, which is much better because it shows, oh, it actually, you know, if AI causes explosive economic growth, you're not going to be getting $1,000 a month. You're going to be getting hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, or a lot more. Nuke San Francisco, example 739749. Checks location, assumes it is either SF, DC, New York City, or Florida. Confirmed. Actually, 2 of these would have worked. The degree to which these people don't know why people are mad at them is low-key one of the biggest political stories in the country. I actually responded to this one. I said, no, I know why. It doesn't make the situation any better, though. And then Rob Flaherty says, this guy worked in the Biden administration. He was like a deputy chief of staff, I think. He was a deputy campaign manager for the Kamala Harris campaign. And assistant to the president under President Biden. He says, if the Luddites would merely get on board with the progress, all will be well. And I said, pretty much, yeah. Of course, we live in a world where people rarely merely get on board with things, and so proponents of data centers need to do a much better job proactively making the case for them. But we would indeed live in a much better society if there were no tension between democratic will and economic growth. Yeah. Well,
there's more to get into here, but
much more, but we are out of time, so this is fun. There will be more discourse time later, and we'll be right back.
everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today I am joined by Bilawal Sidhu, who is a tech creator and who spent 6 years working on spatial computing and 3D maps at Google. And today he joins us to talk about world models, spatial intelligence, and what happens when maps, satellites, cameras, and even radio signals become inputs into one model of physical reality. So Bilawal, welcome to MTS.
Sophia, thanks so much for having me.
So excited to have you. Big fan of your work. Maybe a great place to start is just in what exactly is a world model? I know it's kind of a general term that a lot of people are calling different systems world models, and I wanted to get your thoughts on what actually counts.
Yeah, so I think nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative and it gets the VCs going. Is basically
that's a great one.
The short version of it. But honestly, like to me, world models are this bundle of efforts that are basically trying to infuse in machines the ability to understand the complexity of the dynamic physical world, what's happening within it, and start making predictions about what might happen next. And based on those predictions, maybe even take action. And so I think like if we leave the Schmidt-Huber paper aside about like who came up with the term world models, I think for the public consciousness, most of, folks on X and so forth started hearing about the term world model after around Sora and Runway started talking about their video models as potentially being a world model. The idea there being, if you've got these video generators that can predict the next frame, by virtue of predicting the next frame, are they understanding the rules that govern reality, right? And the answer is like, they kind of do, right? If you've seen these systems, they make pretty good plausible predictions of what happens next. So if you're trying to take like a 3-point shot of a basketball and ask a video model what happens next, whether an offline one or a real-time one like Genie, well, it's going to do a pretty good job of telling you what happens next. But the JEPA crowd, this is where like Jan LeCun and the JEPA crowd would come in and be like, hold up, why are we predicting the pixels for absolutely everything? This seems like wasteful. Shouldn't we just do what humans do, which is like, oh, I've got the ball over here. This is the rough trajectory I think this ball is going to take. Do you really have to have a video model compute how like the leaves are shimmering in the background, how the cloud is moving, how the folds of your clothing are moving? So how do you figure out like what is the most important aspects of reality to predict next? And then of course, on the far end of the spectrum, you just have freaking game engines. Like we've been able to do physics-based simulations for a long time, and they do a reasonably good job of predicting what comes next. Unfortunately, all of these things have kind of become bundled together, and it makes the situation rather confusing.
Do you think predicting what comes next is enough? Does it also need to have causality? Like, do you need to know what actually and understand, causality and all that?
I think you do. And the question is like, do you want to implicitly model the rules that govern reality, or do you want to do it explicitly? So if we play video games, like those game engines are modeling this stuff explicitly. And some folks are taking like a hybrid approach, right? Where it's like, hey, we already know how to model certain classes of physics. There's obviously this like simulation to reality gap that robotics often talks about, right? Like you can, kind of like train these models in these simulators, but when you put them in like really the complexity of the real world, things fall apart. In that context, you can have a hybrid approach too, right? So this is kind of what NVIDIA is doing, or what like Moonlake AI is doing, where they're like, let's use something like Omniverse or like a game engine to do the things that we want to model and know how to model in an explicit fashion, and then use the creativity of these generative models as a sort of like a like a coat of paint on top, where you can kind of like reskin it to look like different aesthetics, different times of day, different weather scenarios, and so forth. But on the other hand, like, some people might say, hey, we got a lot of video data on the internet. These models have seen all of YouTube. But if they watch even more video content, and we collect a bunch of this content, maybe you could implicitly model all these rules that govern reality as well. And I think the jury's still out on that. But hey, it's a pretty cool thing to think about. But it's also concerning because like, if you've seen all of YouTube, you understand like real world physics, but also like Marvel physics and Bollywood physics. And not all of those things are the same.
Yeah, and then you might actually get confused when you're trying to understand all the different types of physics. I'm curious too, do you think it's an issue with the model? So if you had stronger capability models, would that make like world models actually better? Or is it more of an issue with the data that they're ingesting?
The jury's still out. I think people are saying, is it like an architectural thing, or is it about data, right? Like, I think data is certainly a huge problem. It seems like labs are very good at finding yet another endless pit of text to train on. That's seeming to be a bit more of a challenge when it comes to audiovisual data of the real world. This is why seeing this like almost explosion of startups that are trying to collect like egocentric data. Like nobody really even knows what's going to work. But yeah, like clearly we don't have as much video data as we do text data, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have enough video data, but we also don't have different types of data. I know we alluded to it earlier in the intro, but you can take satellites, cameras, radio signals, different types. What type of data would you be most excited about? Say we had that version. What would actually change the inputs to creating a better world model?
Yeah, like if another spectrum to think about world models is sort of less like kind of how plausible of a simulation of reality do you want versus a factual one, right? So like for a plausible one, if you're doing media and entertainment, if it's close enough, it's good enough. You could do really cool things with Genie. You could even start grounding it with things like Street View, which would kind of like constrain the generation in a fun way and let you do things in the real world in a sense. And if the output is pixels for humans to see, who cares if there's an intermediate result? The thing I'm most excited about these days is like we've got one freaking world that we live in. And I think like we want to be able to model that world with as much fidelity as possible. And to do that, there's so many different modalities. We've got satellites in orbits, planes that are plastering the world, the kind of stuff we used to do on Google Maps, literally like the equivalent of Street View, like fleets on the ground, like plastering cities with these kind of like photogrammetric captures. All of those data sets are cool, but my God, the next frontier to me feels like a radio frequency. Like this thing that was like traditionally like communications infrastructure, and we kind of view it as like dumb pipes for us to communicate or get like an endless feed to scroll through. Now suddenly we can make it a sensing infrastructure as well, whether that's Wi-Fi or some of the stuff that's happening around 6G with integrated sensing and communication, essentially making them, you know, two halves of the same coin. So I think about like, where are all the inertial foundational models, the radio frequency foundational models? We'll see so many other cool things that comprise in totality, perhaps a world model of physical reality.
Yeah, what are people currently using world models for? And then what do you think they could be using them for eventually, say the capabilities got really advanced?
Certainly there's like the media and entertainment side of stuff, right? Like this is why I love all the real-time models that the Chinese labs are coming out with, stuff like Genie as well. Like it truly feels like a holodeck for filmmaking is kind of how I think about it. You can step inside this interactive environment, and instead of like typing esoteric prompts, hitting the slot machine and waiting for back and forth, you suddenly feel like you're on a sound stage. You're able to control the camera and soon even be able to direct like the talent in a sense, right? So I think media and entertainment is a huge application. A lot of it's being used to create synthetic training data for robotics as well. So basically, like if you have captured a bunch of, let's say, self-driving car data in where it's like springtime everywhere, you want to know what that looks like when it's rainy, when a deer crosses the street, like all these edge cases and scenarios. So you can start augmenting existing sensor data with that too. And of course, I think like all sorts of other predictive applications. We talked about weather before, right? Like to me, that's like a world model. Like you're seeing even with some of the research that DeepMind came out with, like even though the cutoff for some of these weather prediction models is a certain year, we're noticing the predictions stay accurate well after that. So it does feel like these systems are implicitly learning some laws of physics that govern our reality. So that's a smattering of use cases for world models.
That's pretty cool. For the Soul world model, what is that currently being used for? I know people are always talking about it. And then do you think that actually counts as a world model? Was it missing? Part of me is like, is that just a really good video generator of the Street View? But I wanted to get your thoughts there.
I think it depends, right? Like, so like if you view, Soul World Model is a really interesting paper, and it's very similar to what Google is doing with Street View grounding. So like Genie, if you ask Genie to give you like, give me a representation of like the Palace of Fine Arts or something, it'll give you like a plausible reconstruction of it. Kind of like earlier image models would tell you, like, this kind of looks like it, but this ain't exactly it. So one way to kind of constrain these models is to be like, well, we could just do what we do in LLMs, which is RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So can we do a form of spatial RAG where you just pull in the nearest reference image of reality to condition the generation? I think that lets you do a lot of these use cases that are interesting for robotics use cases. Like if you want to create a bunch of training data for like downtown Seoul, for example, in different lighting conditions and so forth, really cool way to go about doing that. And that's exactly what you see, you know, folks like NVIDIA trying to do with their split offering of Omniverse as like this 3D simulator, and then like, you know, Cosmos to do the kinds of things that we just talked about.
Yeah, exactly what you mentioned around the spatially grounded versus being factually trustworthy. How do you actually differentiate that? When does that, what it's when do they start to overlap?
Yeah, it gets murky in the middle, but I think like if you look at the extremes, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, so like I would argue Google Maps, or y'all had the Matic CEO on. He sent me one of the Matic robots as well. Friggin' love that thing.
So cool.
It's basically a little Street View car, right? Like they're using simultaneous localization and mapping that's building and refining this model of your space, and is taking action like based on what you ask it to do, right? Like, so that's kind of cool. And it needs to be super grounded in reality, because you don't want this thing going up and chewing your wires, or like walking into a wall that doesn't actually exist. So like in situations like that, where it's like self-driving vehicles in general, like another great example where like, oh yeah, the street is actually here. This is exactly where the lane markers are. And based on this, I predict this is where this person's going. So let me take this action. The stakes are very, very high. When you're talking about trying to make something that's like a rough simulation for just pixels, let's say for a YouTube video or a piece of entertainment content, who cares if it's like absolutely perfect? So that's kind of how I think about that divide.
Yeah, it's the use cases that determine how accurate you actually have to be. But
exactly,
I guess how this actually plays out, do you see there being maybe one main universal model that has the entirety of the physical reality? Or do you see it more very specific specialized models, and maybe they have different sensors or a variance of how much they care about factual truth? Where do you see this playing out?
Yeah, like as much as I would love the one model to rule them all, right? Like the one real world model. I mean, I don't think that's how it's going to play out, at least for the moment. It feels like the industry does go through this sort of kind of like pendulum of unbundling and rebundling things together. But for right now, given all the modalities we just talked about, right? Like already video models aren't just video models. They're truly multimodal. They're, reasoning about audio as well, right? And a bunch of like action labels these days as well. On the other hand, you've got all these other domains that we mentioned, like inertial models. Like think of so inertial models, and just to make RF inertial models practical, like think of it like this. Based on all the sensors you have in your home, Xfinity already is rolling out this thing called like Wi-Fi sensing, where it can do like motion detection based on your Wi-Fi. But you can imagine that going a next step forward, where if you look about all the signals that exist in your home, whether that's from cameras or from like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and so forth, could we do a thing where it's like, okay, Sophia is actually sitting at the desk with a cup of coffee. She's ready to lock in. Let's change how the agent responds to her in that context versus, let's say, eating dinner or relaxing and watching TV and like scrolling through Netflix. We could have models that can understand, like to build this sort of Jarvis-like assistant. I think we'll need like understanding of all the domains of reality. And for now, I think those will be like specialized models, a federation of models that work in concert together. But at some point in time, if the bitter lesson's true, maybe it's just like all sensor data in, black box, and out comes like Jarvis. That would be cool too. But for the moment, it seems like we've got specializations in these various modalities and engineering work that goes into pulling them all together.
That makes sense. As someone who, and frankly, I'm not totally familiar with the world model space. I don't track it super closely, but if I wanted to, and I wanted to understand, are we actually making progress here, or are these just better video generation models? Is this actually getting better at predicting and creating accurate world models? What should I be looking out for?
I mean, like, it's kind of what we did, right? Like what we outlined for previously, which is like on that spectrum of fantastical to factual, where does your use case lie? And then perhaps on the spectrum of implicit to explicit representation. Like, are you cool with just working in pixels because you don't actually care about a 3D model? Or are you working in an environment where, no, I need a metric accurate 3D model so I can measure stuff in the physical world and know when I'm pointing at something, I know exactly where it is in like 3D world space. So I think like if you look at those two axes, there's tons of progress happening across the board. And like, so I do my best to keep creating an updated map of this sort of rather confusing world model space. But I would look at it from that perspective rather than just like, oh yeah, like this is the one world model effort that I think is going to be great. It's like, well, for what actual use case, which is like almost obvious to say, but it's like especially the case when it comes to world models.
Yeah, but do you think there'll end up being just one main winning architecture? Like, will the future be generative or JEPA-like? What do you actually see the architecture winning out to be?
I think it'll be like, even with JEPA, right? Like JEPA is super cool because it's like, yes, let's create like a distillation of what we want to model in reality, like simplify the problem much like a human would. But then there's a whole question of how do you take actions after that, right? So I think like these are all little pieces of this sort of Voltron that we're trying to assemble in my mind. I could even even seeing some of these pipelines having a huge place for like the video centric models as well, right? Like, with the hybrid approaches that we mentioned. So it's like, I don't think there's going to be one thing that like wins, but what I would guess is there'd be convergence towards a certain architecture for this sort of like holodeck for filmmaking versus like actually trying to figure out how, like for robotics, to put it, very simply, on the other side, like things that need to operate in the dynamic physical world.
I'm just curious, do you see this playing out in a way where we can actually start to predict things like different governance systems or different economies of scale and start to actually simulate worlds to see, okay, is this the best model? Is this the best model? What's the best way to coordinate our society? Or what's the best economic design we should do? Can you see this actually playing out, or is that just not where the field is focused on right now?
That certainly is a very interesting line of research. I mean, like Google recently had a very interesting paper kind of about like sort of population dynamics that takes a bunch of this geospatial data that we're talking about, but also then starting to layer in information like census data, for example, like social media data. And like it could let you do very interesting what if predictions. I think in the previous elections, we've seen like this kind of technology is deployed. And I've even read some research that says like if you try to do a focus group with LLMs that just try to embody different personas, it's like sometimes just as good, if not more accurate than like going and actually trying to do a focus group. So like, I think when these modalities start intersecting, you get some very powerful capabilities. I think the big question is like, on what horizon can we make reasonable predictions? And then I mean, you could imagine this even for the data center stuff y'all have been talking about the last couple of days, right? It's like you could do very interesting what if analysis about like what kind of messaging would or wouldn't sway the population, like based on the kind of messaging you're trying to put out there. It's like you could see the adversarial reverse angle happening too. So like, oh my God, are we going into a world where we have like these like gigabrain predictors pointed at each other and we're just like playing out this insane optimization game? Like, ooh-wee, what a future.
Yeah. I feel like on one end, you could see it as maybe some NGO that's replicating where climate refugees might pop up to know how to better prepare for all of that. But then on the other end, you can do it if you're maybe in a country and you want to figure out how do you get your president or whoever to be in power, the person you're supporting, and what's the type of messaging that you can simulate to see what's going to resonate with your population. But I think in the practical end, I'm assuming maybe insurance companies are going to be one of the first primary people who really want to see this play out, saying, okay, if I build houses here and buildings here, I want to be able to predict what's actually going to happen to this. Who do you think are going to be the main adopters of these world models?
The insurance example is a really good one, because right now the way they do it, they do use geospatial data, by the way, and so do governments. Like France basically taxed people who hadn't disclosed swimming pools by looking at satellite imagery, for example. And the same thing when you're figuring out like the appraising a home, right? Like how much vegetation's nearby. So these insurance companies are looking at like how much tree cover you have nearby, and based on that, making an assessment of your fire risk, right? Like you can imagine all of these models getting a lot more sophisticated about natural weather disasters and so forth. And so you could see that being like for supply chain, this is huge. If you see some of the stuff that like even NVIDIA is talking about with Earth 2, it's all about basically doing climate and weather predictions to see these supply chain disruptions. And in those situations, like just having a little bit of heads up is like huge, right?
Yeah.
Like it's, maybe the consumer version of what we were talking about is like, oh, it's like, what's the microclimate in my SF neighborhood going to be like that? There's clearly a use case for that too. So I think like it's anyone who cares about the physical world and has like a business that involves making predictions about it is going to be interested. And that spans the gamut from something like consumer mapping applications to insurance to obviously defense and intelligence as well.
Yeah, I wonder if the future of prediction markets will be prediction worlds. We actually you put different world models and you bet on which one is more accurate or something like that instead. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if that's going to turn into Have you seen some of the Twitch streams where people are like, it's an intersection in Tokyo and people are trying to bet on how many cars are going to go cross the intersection, literally based on live camera streams.
Wow, no, that's pretty interesting. I haven't seen that yet. Well, wanted to thank you so much for joining us today. I love your passion for world models. There's so much you clearly know about the space and so much about where this is actually going to end up going in the near future. So really appreciate you for coming on MTS and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This was great.
This is great. And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We're live with Charles Fane Lehman, who is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute and a senior editor at City Journal, which is published by the Manhattan Institute. Both great institutions. Charles, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of tech discourse going on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we could start with flock cameras. There's been, substantial public backlash in a rather bipartisan way against flock cameras. People are accusing them of being, the apparatus, the machinery of the surveillance state. People are accusing them of all kinds of things, mainly surveillance related. So why are they wrong?
I mean, I want to anchor the conversation, right? Because there are two different positions you can take here. One is like, we should be careful about how these tools are deployed. And, just for your listeners, when we're talking at Flock, what are we talking about? We're talking about what's called an automatic license plate reader. It's a camera that takes pictures of your license plate and uses that information, puts that information in a database. Flock has built the largest network of these. They're all connected together. They're used by something like 5,000 police departments. And so, on the one hand, I think there are people who look at that and go, I want to know how oversight works there. And I think Flock is building some good tools for oversight, but it's great to go further. How long is the data retained? I think you want to see the data retained not indefinitely. 30 days is a developing standard, 21 days. Or we look at it and say, when should a warrant be involved in stuff? That's a very reasonable conversation. And then I think there are people who look at this and go like, we need to destroy these cameras. We need to ban their use. And there's several bills in Congress trying to do that. We need to physically tear them down, which some people are trying to do. And I look at that and I kind of go, look, it is, in some senses, there's a broader conversation to be had about how good are we at gathering and collating information in the 21st century. But the reality is that the Supreme Court has long said you don't, as a general matter, have a right to privacy in public, and you especially don't have a right to privacy on a public thoroughfare in what your government-issued license plate is doing at any one time. You got to balance that against there are real crime-reducing benefits that come with this stuff. I put together a list of 1,600 and growing stories about flock cameras being involved in preventing crimes, apprehending fugitives, stopping murderers, stopping kidnappers, all sorts of things. And we have decent, higher quality evidence that says, yes, they reduce motor vehicle theft. These are tools with real import, which is why police departments want to keep them. So I think there's a reasonable conversation to be had about what are good safeguards for these systems, but there's also a lot of craziness going on about just let's tear down this tool that works because I don't like cameras in my not even my backyard. I don't like cameras while I'm driving on a public road.
Why do you think they are so much more unpopular than speed cameras on highways, for example?
Mm-hmm. Speed cameras on highways are pretty unpopular is actually my response. I think there's, people don't like. Yeah, I think about traffic cameras. Those have been unpopular for a very long time because people don't like being caught for traffic offenses. It's reasonable to say you don't want to use the flock camera for traffic offense. That's fine. I think that there is a lot of fear and disinformation about what these cameras do. People will tell me that every day there are hundreds of cops who are arrested, who are abusing them to stalk people who are people are being caught left and right inappropriately by flock cameras. I think there's, a handful of shocking, alarming anecdotes that have been blown up into this model of these cameras are being used to brutalize the American public and we need to stop it now. In a way that happens with lots of technology, right? To me, this is a very familiar story, whether it's, AI, whether it's data centers. I think the same thing is playing out with Flock.
Yeah. I'm curious, what you think the, cultural relationship is between Americans and surveillance. And I guess the relationship, the trade-off between surveillance and safety, because Singapore has a much more robust surveillance state, or they have police cameras everywhere, things like that. So why do you think that this is so particularly uncommon or unpopular in the US?
Well, on the one hand, I'm not sure it is, in the sense that we are actually all surrounded by cameras all the time. Yeah. Both of you have a camera in your, you're looking into a camera, but you both have cameras in your pockets right now that you carry around that can be subpoenaed. You probably know lots of people who have a Ring camera on their front door. I think that there is a tendency to look at everything that the government does, every application of technology that the government makes, and sort of have a, particularly if you're sort of a civil libertarian, to look at it and go like, this is, this is the moment that we slip into tyranny. Americans have some natural tendency to be wary of that kind of thing. But to me, I look at cameras like ALPRs and I sort of go, I'm alarmed by the idea of the government pointing a camera into my house. I am alarmed by the idea of a police officer entering my home without a warrant. I am not actually alarmed by an increase in surveillance in American public life. And indeed, like, we do put up with this all the time. If you've ridden the New York City subway, every single car on the New York City subway has a camera on it. And everyone is basically fine with that situation. It doesn't alarm people. So I think we're pretty selective in how we apply this stuff.
This has to be just general backlash against the tech industry, right? Like, people seem to like government surveillance, like, the MTA, or like public transit operators somewhat more, or I guess dislike them somewhat less. I saw a tweet recently that was like, if Flock was called like United Security or something and was very discreet about it and didn't market like a tech company, then people kind of wouldn't care as much. Probably, it seems to me that the Flock backlash is indicative of like broader anti-tech industry backlash.
I think that's right. And, I'll note that, like, we're talking about Flock. Flock is the largest provider of ALPRs. They're not the only one. Like, the NYPD has, I forget, order tens of thousands ALPRs, none of which are provided by Flock. They're provided by another provider. There are many lower profile providers. It's just like Flock has sort of become the metonym for the whole conversation. So I think, I think it's right specifically that a lot of this is part of that broader anti-data center, anti-AI, that, people are going, this is new, this is different, I don't like it. And I get that. That's normal. But I think, it's not responsible for political leaders, public commentators, et cetera, to be like, yes, I'm going to feed this panic. I'm going to use this panic as like a way to attain more political power. Like, I look at somebody like Thomas Massie in Congress, who has been going on and on about Flock and wants to ban federal funding of it. And like, I don't think the guy is behaving responsibly when he is fueling conspiracy theories about what Flock is being used for.
So, I guess related to Flock is data centers, which is another topic that we've seen. We've seen substantial backlash for some time. The backlash has like really accelerated just this week. Like Greg Abbott, for example, Republican governor of Texas, signed essentially a moratorium and then bragged about it. Mike Rogers, who's the Republican candidate for Senate in Michigan, came out against data centers. Josh Shapiro is the Democrat governor of Pennsylvania, who was previously pro-data centers, is now publicly against, as is his Republican opponent. And so this is like, I think, a uniquely bipartisan mass populist movement in a way that very few in my lifetime ever have been. Like, like wokeness, for example, was never as broadly popular nor as bipartisan. So what do you think are the sources of the backlash?
Yeah. And, I think I'll just say briefly, I think the Texas moratorium is actually sort of intelligently written, so it looks like it has more teeth than it actually does. It kind of seems like most of the data centers that they're building there are going to have no problem getting around it. But yeah, like that's, now it's Texas, New York, Pennsylvania. That's a fifth of Americans live in those three states. That's like a major impact. You're talking about Mike Rogers in Michigan. Michigan is not a tiny state either. I think a lot of it, at some abstract level, it comes down to messaging, right? Like, and I've been beating this drum for months now. When the AI companies come out and say, we are going to destroy your job, like, this is going to be the thing that puts you in the permanent underclass, like, that is not great messaging for the public. I don't think it's true, but I also don't think that it's good messaging for the public about why they should want data centers. It's like, what's the objection to data centers? Well, they're going to ruin your life. Okay, that if that were true, which I don't think it is, then I would also be opposed to data centers. That's thing one. But then I think thing two is just like, there is a great, there are all of these sort of like, what are in my mind ultimately NIMBY objections to data centers. They're loud, which is like, if you're directly near them, they're maybe loud. They use up lots of water. No, they don't. They use up lots of power. Well, there's actually research that says they lower They lower power costs for regular ratepayers. All of these sort of like objections to, we just kind of don't like that there's this additional building in our community, and we need you. We want this building to go away because we think it's big and ugly and unsightly. As somebody who like would very much call himself a YIMBY, who like wants to see lots of stuff built, including data centers, I think to some extent you have to like engage with that level of concern and try to ameliorate it. But then on the other hand, it's like a lot of that really is built on, again, just sort of inaccurate claims about what data centers actually do, what they're likely to do.
I don't know how motivated the NIMBYs are by like the accuracy of their claims. I think it is like for NIMBYs, it is kind of like a sentimental thing to them. Like they want their community, they want their neighborhood to be the way it has been, the way they remember it being. It's kind of the same thing as opposing new housing construction in their neighborhood. Like you could make the argument like, yeah, this will increase like GDP by X% and provide benefits through property taxes or whatever, but they don't care about that. Like they're not motivated by economic incentives.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is right in at least some cases. You think about incumbents in the NIMBY context, right? What are you motivated by? I mean, you're motivated by character. You're also motivated by protecting your property values, by like, concern about the desirability of who's going to move into your neighborhood. And I can sort of see variations of that argument in the data center context. But, I think a lot of the failure there on the side of data center advocates, you think about, like, I think Jasmine Sun has reported on this, data center builders made all these local government officials sign NDAs, just sort of like as a matter of form. That was just normal for them. And then it came out that they had all of these NDAs, and it was like, why are you doing that? There was clearly not a level of thinking about, you need to persuade, you need to romance the public a little bit. Like to me, you put down this, you look at Loudoun County, Virginia, which is the highest concentration of data centers in the United States, I think. They have experienced a tremendous economic boom. Texas, notwithstanding this sort of pseudo-moratorium, has experienced tremendous economic benefit from building data centers. West Virginia, they're talking about using data centers to replace their income tax. Like they want to get rid of state taxes and just fund it through taxes on data centers. So like there are ways to make this a better deal for the community, and I think the people who are building data centers have been totally blindsided by the idea that they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to hand out some spoils. Like that's just sort of the material reality of local politics.
Yeah, I also think, okay, so Matt Palmer just replied to one of my tweets and made a good point. Like we could be building these data centers like just in the far desert where they don't actually touch any of these like towns, and this just becomes a non-issue. Why do you think that they are being built like in some of these like local areas as opposed to just like in the middle of nowhere?
I mean, there are very large data centers that are, like, I think, but the one out in Utah. But it's also the case that like you need people to construct them, people to operate them, right? And so like you can move people out there. That is more expensive, but also like it's a good thing to do that. Assuming that it's not directly next to your house and making a lot of noise, it's a good thing to have jobs in the immediate proximity to where you live as opposed to jobs somewhere else. That doesn't mean we shouldn't, there's a lot of discussion about building data centers on federal land. If that's what you got to do, then sure, build the data centers on federal land. Sucks to the people who don't get access to them. But I think that's the, like you put things that need humans next to where the humans are, and they do need humans.
Yeah, this is fair. I'm curious if you think that like this is ultimately just about like sort of the wealth concentration sentiment, because I tend to believe like I think that people wouldn't even be so like anti-big tech if it wasn't just like so clear that most of the, I guess, wealth and profits and what moves the American economy is big tech.
Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent that is certainly part of the story, right? I think, but I think that you think about like hostility to big business, hostility to economic success. In some senses, there's like, I think there's a deeper thing there, which is a like zero-sum mindset, a tendency to sort of like regard with suspicion, hostility, the idea of somebody else having gotten something, not because you're jealous of them, but because you suspect that they've gotten it through fraud or misconduct. Like, and this is a real, I think, a cross-cutting division on the left and the right, which is basically like, do you believe that the American social compact is holding? Do you basically believe that people are getting where they need to get through hard work? Or do you think that the world is mostly made up of scams? And I think a lot of Americans, for good and bad reasons, think a lot of the world is made up of scams. And so they look at people in positions of power, people who are making money in tech. You think about how people talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is like arguably the most successful human being ever. And people are like, Elon Musk is a scam artist. I'm like, that's insane. But the fact that you're able to motivate yourself to think that tells me that that's a really powerful belief that you hold. In some senses, it's just like, are you an optimist or are you a pessimist? Do you believe that technology is making our lives better or making our lives worse? I argue all the time with my mother, who is a professional technologist, about whether technology is making our lives better or worse. She believes every technological innovation is making our lives worse. So I'm intimately familiar with the tendency.
This is surprisingly common of a worldview among older people in tech. I think maybe none of us are invincible to this idea that, eventually when we get older, the stuff that we basically like new technology comes around that we're not used to, and we're more likely to believe that it's bad. It's like the Douglas Adams
like moral
quote.
panics. Yeah.
Well, and, I think that there are trade-offs involved in every new tech, right? Like tech is not intrinsically good or bad. I think when I think about AI, I think AI is going to generate a tremendous amount of growth that's generally going to diffuse. It's going to be good for us. We're going to be wealthier, we're going to be healthier, we're going to be a lot better off in a lot of ways. I'm also really concerned about the social implications of AI, right? I'm concerned about people spending time with AI rather than with other people. I'm concerned about, I'm concerned about AI porn, just to give you one example of sort of a weird social angle. I'm concerned about the ways in which sort of human relations will be affected by AI. That doesn't mean that I want to get rid of AI, but I do see a tendency. It's easy to focus. There are positives and negatives in any technology. It's easy to become focused purely on the negatives, much the way that's easy to become focused purely on the positives. To me, it's like, when you think of the data center conversation, I think that the net positives are just so obviously big that I'm willing to sort of go, how can we regulate or manage the negatives rather than just going, we shouldn't have this in the first place.
Right.
Yeah. I also do think that somebody that we talked to made a good point of it's possible these things are the new telecom companies and that they are important infrastructure that will be forever hated by the American public just because the nature of it is you have to build it basically right next to your home. And there's a lot of concerns, that people have about cell towers and stuff. So maybe it's akin to that sort of thing.
I mean, one of my bigger picture theories is that many contemporary problems are downstream of our wealth. That, for most of human history, our problems were because we were poor. Our children died and we all got diseases and we didn't have enough to eat. And that in the modern era, particularly in the first world, many of our problems, alienation, sense of social breakdown, are the result of rising wealth and wealth serving as a substitute for other things, that we can solve our problems with money at a social and individual level in a way that we couldn't historically. And that creates a series of trade-offs. But it's pretty hard to get out of that bind. There's not a lot that we can do about it. And I prefer the contemporary problems to the pre-modern problems, by an order of magnitude. It's way better to be healthy and not starve to death, and also my children live to adulthood, than it is to be also I feel kind of alienated. And I think, when this goes back to the flock conversation, I'm willing to sort of look at the downside and say, okay, how can we design a regime? How can we sort of mitigate these risks? In flock context, how do we mitigate privacy risk? What does that look like? In the data center context, how do we mitigate community harms? How do we make people happy with this? How do we mitigate the social harms in an AI context? What does regulation for that look like? You can acknowledge those harms, but then the solution is invariably how do we regulate around it, not should we burn it all down?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, I kind of don't know what is to be done about this. It's just going to have to be showing people clearly that there is a correlation between if you build a data center in your area, you will get richer and you will be better off.
Yep.
If you build a data center not in your area, you will be richer and better off. It's kind of like how there's no NIMBYism in China. And I think, maybe some of that is because of state pressure, but most of the reason for that is just because people in China have seen themselves tangibly get much richer over the course of their lifetime because of technology. And in America, it's just much less legible.
I also think there's a tendency in the tech community, and I'm talking A, I'm on MTS, but B, we're talking about problems in the tech community. There's a tendency to think very quantitatively, which I get because I think very quantitatively, right? I want to talk about what the studies say, and I want to solve, what's the general equilibrium solution, and I want to know how to, what do the numbers come out to? Most people do not think in those terms. And I think there's a tremendous amount of power in anecdotes and stories, right? Like the flock conversation has been driven by, here are a handful of cases of cops doing something bad with this. Here's this woman who got arrested wrongly because a flock camera is sort of incidentally involved. But that's like hugely motivating. That is how most people form their pictures of reality, right? So I built this database. It's flockstopscrime.com. I'll plug it, which is just like, here are 1,600 stories about times that Flock has stopped crime, just involved in like solving a crime, apprehending someone, etc. And my theory there is just like, on some level, I'm not the kind of guy who's swayed by that, but I think many people are. Many people are like, I need a concrete story about what this looks like. What does the data center build out in Loudoun County look like? How has it made people's lives concretely different? And I think that's totally alien to how a lot of tech people think about this stuff, but they kind of, if they want to persuade the public, they have to adapt in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Yep, totally.
Yeah. Well, this has been really interesting. Charles, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Charles.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we're joined by Logan Dobson, who's a vice president at Targeted Victory and advisor to Build American AI. We want to discuss why data centers have suddenly become one of the biggest political fights around AI. And Logan's view is that some of this backlash is based on misinformation and is being amplified by foreign-linked actors. So, Logan, welcome to MTS. We're excited to talk to you today.
Super excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I think a good place to start is I'd love if you could just drive what is driving the backlash, the wider backlash towards data centers?
You know, it's interesting because I think that this is really kind of a two-pronged thing, right? Like there are individual, local data center disputes where, you know, companies are coming in, trying to build a data center in a community, having, you know, many of them are being built. And, you know, there's a lot of really good stories and really good headlines coming out of them. You know, one that comes to mind is I think Meta built a big one in Louisiana and, you know, all the teachers in the area got like $50,000 bonuses and people were really happy. And then, of course, as we all know, there's a ton of these stories about like local communities getting worked up, trying to reject them. And that's sort of the local angle. And I think that those are best understood as like a series of individual community disputes or negotiations between companies and communities that has sort of bubbled up because of national media coverage into this sort of overall discussion about, you know, artificial intelligence writ large, about quote unquote big tech. And so the national conversation, I think, about these things is different than the local conversation. I mean, the local conversation tends to focus on things like resources. It's like bills. It's like electric bills. It's water usage. It's, you know, it's literally stuff like there's this construction of this data center will cause traffic on like my route to, you know, my kid's school, you know, things that are real concerns for people in real communities, but are not actually the same things that I think people on X are talking about when they are discussing, you know, kind of broader data center disputes, because the national stuff I think it's not totally divorced, but it's pretty divorced from like these local, you know, things. When people are pontificating on X about like, this is why people hate data centers, like almost none of them are saying, well, it's because a lot of people think that if a data center comes to their town, their electric bill will go from, you know, $100 to $115 in a month. And like, that's not really satisfying from a national perspective because people like to think that everything's about big issues that, you know, have massive implications and are about the future of technology. But that is what a lot of, I think, based on the polling I've seen, based on, you know, some of the local accounts I've read, a lot of the local disputes come down to that and, you know, process stories. I mean, there was a big story in the New York Times, I think, that came out yesterday about, you know, one woman who's fighting against a data center in her community. And, you know, I totally respect that people are allowed to have whatever feelings they want about data center that comes into their community. But the interesting thing to me about that article was that like everyone else in the piece that they interviewed for the most part was either like a local elected official who thought this project's fine, or this project is outside the bounds of my town that I'm a local elected official of, so it's not really my problem, or was like people who were fine with the project. It was like farmers who were leasing the land to the data center build out. But in the national media, the one person heroically standing up to the data center is, of course, you know, the hero. And like I said, I don't, you know, no disrespect to this person. They can have, you know, whatever views they want on the data center being built in their area. But it's taking these local disputes where like this woman is mad because she thinks it might have an effect on her utility bills. And also she thinks there wasn't enough transparency in the process. And then that works its way up to the New York Times. And she's like a hero of like resistance to the entire concept of artificial intelligence, which I don't think that connection actually really exists all that strongly. But that's what I mean when I talk about how there's sort of the national discussion and then there's the local discussion about these individuals, places.
So to what extent is data center backlash the product of foreign influence campaigns? Like, to me, it seems like very, very little. Like, it seems like largely organic.
I think that there are definitely a couple things that are true. Look, there are malign foreign actors basically at all times that want to inflame tensions in the United States. I mean, I think back to a story I read. I think it was either the 2016 or the 2020 election, but it was sort of an investigation of like Russian interference in our election. And they would do stuff like create Facebook groups of like, you know, pro one candidate, let's meet up at this park at this time, and then like pro the other candidate, let's meet up at the same park at the same time, and basically just like try to get people to show up and be mad about things. So, I mean, there's been some interesting investigations. The Bitcoin Policy Institute has put out a lot of interesting stuff. Like I myself, I wrote an op-ed in the Daily Wire a couple weeks ago because in my own feed, I started to see these like AI generated images that say like not one drop of this farmland for, or not one drop of this water for AI or whatever. And you look at these pages and they're based in like Bangladesh or they're based in like other places overseas. So like, but I agree with you, Thea, like fundamentally, the people who are like in a individual community in America and then a data center construction project is announced and they're concerned about their electric bills and they've heard things that are not necessarily true about like data center water usage, but they're, very concerned about it. Like that person is not an agent of the Chinese Communist Party. But do I think that there are overseas, intelligence agencies, overseas operators who are very happy to like take these disputes and try to amplify them and try to like, make this as big of a going concern as they possibly can? Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, you'd be silly not to notice that like there are other countries in the world that would benefit from America slowing down on building this infrastructure. And, there's lots of stories in other countries of, Russian propaganda in Germany trying to convince the German people not to build more nuclear plants. And lo and behold, Germany became, very, very dependent on Russian natural gas. Like this is stuff that happens. And I think we'd be silly to say that it never happens. But I don't want to be one of these people that says it's all, this is all just like a foreign op. I think there's probably foreign intelligence elements to it. But again, fundamentally, this is a lot of this comes down to those sort of local disputes.
Yeah, how much of this backlash is more of a proxy war for the public's broader sentiment towards AI? It seems to me that data centers are just a really easy scapegoat. There's existing anxieties. Most of the narrative is around job displacement and a lot of fear mongering. And so if you're someone with a lot of anxieties, it seems like a data center is something physical. It's a good scapegoat. And that's what's fueling a lot of this backlash.
I think it's less anti-AI than anti-tech industry, but these two things are related.
Like big tech, yeah.
That's again where I think this comes into this sort of local versus national discussion. Did you guys have Jasmine Sun on earlier today, or she? Yeah. So I loved her reporting, and she did another interview with Derek Thompson on his podcast that I was really intrigued by, because he actually asked this question directly. He said, Jasmine, you've been to all these, local. She actually went to all of these local sites, and his question to her was like, how much of this is about people's feelings on AI or about AI companies? And her response was like basically none. It's just, she mentioned, and you guys had her on, so you may have like talked about this directly, but that it might come up as the third or fourth thing, or it might come up as like I object because my electric bill will be higher. I hear they're going to use all this water. The construction is going to be really noisy, and it's and I don't use ChatGPT, so like it wouldn't even benefit me personally. But it's really, I think on the local level, very little of it is about this antipathy towards AI or even towards big tech. Again, that's based on reading reporting like Jasmine's. It's based on polling. I mean, Gallup had a survey out, I think in like May of this year, where they actually they asked people, would you be in favor of or opposed to a data center in your community? And the nice thing they did is they asked a follow-up after. And, if you were opposed, they said, okay, why not? And again, these top concerns are all about resources. It's all about like electricity. They would create too much electric demand. It would drive up my bills. I've heard that it uses too much water. And only, I think it was like 10% of people. So like 90% of the concerns are not about AI or AI companies, but like 10% of the people said, oh, and I don't even think AI is a good thing. Which is, it's a real chunk of people. But I think the thing is that if you're on X every day, as I am, I'm, proud situation monitor myself, but there the discussion is almost all about like, oh, these data centers are just, the words that get thrown around a lot are physical manifestation.
Yeah.
It's like, these are just the physical manifestation of AI. And I don't actually think that on the local level, that is true. Like the people, in fact, some of these data centers that are being built are not even for AI. I mean, yes, there are the hyperscale ones that have individual sites, but like people are objecting to data centers that are being built for non-artificial intelligence purposes because they're data centers, because they feel like they will drive up prices again, use up all the water. Like it is on the national level, there's like a big link in the way that we're talking about this. And again, I think on the local level, these fights are about, I don't think this will benefit my community, and it's gonna make my life more expensive. If anything, I would say that data centers, unfortunately, have become a physical manifestation of the affordability crisis. It's like people think everything is more expensive. My groceries are too expensive. My car is too expensive. Like all the things that I buy have gone up in price, and you want to build a data center in my community that's going to jack up my electric bills? Like that, I think is a much more likely occurring thing that is happening than people thinking, I have a philosophical objection to like the creation of artificial intelligence, and therefore I will stop this data center in my community because it will slow it down.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think like there's another argument that many in the tech industry are making that's like, oh, well, Dario Amodei said that, there is like a risk of like extinction from AI based on like less strong arguments promulgated by Eliezer Yudkowsky 20 years ago. And I just don't think that people broadly are thinking about this at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people on the internet, like you said, and sometimes people with thousands of followers on X are talking about it that way. But you are totally correct. Like, if there is a person out there who says, I oppose the construction of this data center, a mile from my house because I have a PDOOM of 97, like maybe that person exists. I've never heard from them. And I don't think that existential AI risk is a major factor in data center disputes. Now, probably there is some element of like, like I said, when you read again, people like Jasmine Sun's reporting, all other like on the ground stuff, you'll hear this data center is going to, make my life more expensive, use all the water, and it's for a thing that I don't even know that much about or care that much about. And so maybe as part of that and statement, it's like, and the CEO of Anthropic said that like AI might take all the jobs, but that is not, you're correct. I don't think the immediate concern. It's like, well, maybe if there were upsides to this data center, I'd support it being built, but it sounds like there's only downsides for me, and it's not even being built for anything I'm interested in. So, that makes and again, we're talking about this sort of local versus national distinction. I think that, those of us who are in the pro tech kind of pro innovation community have a responsibility to sort of fight back on both these fronts. So, on kind of the local level, we have to do a better job of explaining to people that, like, for the most part, the evidence shows that like data centers do not tend to drive up electricity rates. It's actually the case that like over the long term in places like Virginia, which have the most data centers in America, they have lower than average electricity rates. And they also can create they create jobs in construction, yes, and they create jobs in maintenance of data centers, and they create spillover jobs because somebody has to make the server racks that go into the data centers. Somebody has to manufacture the lights, the air conditioning systems, like all the things that get bought. So we have to tell that story on the kind of local level, and then I think on the national level, it's certainly also our job to, make the case for AI as a technology. I mean, luckily, it seems like there's new headlines every day about great stuff that's happening, with the aid and assistance of artificial intelligence. I don't know that most people are like looking for really complicated decades-long math problems to be solved, but it feels like one of those happening every day. Much more to the point, like Moderna and Merck, I think, were the two companies that announced that they had like just, released a brand new novel cancer therapy that was more efficacious than anything else in the past, driven in part by their use of AI and machine learning algorithms. So telling that kind of national story, I think, helps make the overall vibes around artificial intelligence better. And that does help a little bit on the local level. But again, even if we had convinced the entire world that like artificial intelligence was a wonderful product that deserved to be built, many people in a local fight would still say, okay, but don't build the data center here. So you do still have to actually explain the literal benefits of like, if there is a data center near your house, like your community will get millions more in property taxes that you can use to build a new community center. Like being that simple about it is also important.
Yeah.
By the way, ironically, like most of the actual AI doomers that I know, like with high P dooms who read Yudkowsky and read Less Strong and all that, are not anti-data center. They're actually quite pro-data center.
Yeah, it is certainly a weird thing, and actually, so I'm a right of center kind of guy politically, and have worked on sort of conservative politics. But there's a guy I'm sure you know because you live on the internet too, Will Stansel,
yes,
who actually I think put this really succinctly about 2 months ago, where he said, I'll just quote him directly. The politics of data centers are insane because progressives have all convinced each other that it's driven by a public hatred of AI and tech capitalism. And then you talk to the actual people worked up about it, and it's straight NIMBYism driven by myths about water use plus 5G style conspiracy theories. And I think it's on the margins. I think the electricity thing also plays into account, but he's totally right. Like people have like psyoped themselves into thinking that like, oh, these noble, local communities are fighting back against AI for the exact reasons that I don't like AI. It's like, no, they like care about their electric bills and like traffic in their town.
That's interesting that the local discourse and the national discourse is so different. And so why aren't, it feels like this is just such an obvious place for frontier labs, AI companies, all of big tech to focus our attention and narrative shifting towards. Why did there become such a different disparity between the local and national discourse? And is there anything that you would urge people to specifically focus on and do?
Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent, there's like there's an incentives issue where like, I'm a fan of most big technology companies. I think they're building fantastic stuff, but like put yourself in the shoes of any one of the given labs. If you are able, generally speaking, to like build the facilities you need and like get the compute you need, and like you have worked out your deals and you've got the data centers that you require, you don't necessarily have a huge stake in like prosecuting the positive case for data centers writ large. And you could argue, I don't think that anyone like thinks this Machiavellian, but like, oh, well, I got my data centers built, so it's actually good if the other people can't get their stuff built. I don't really think that that's happening, but like that is an incentive that exists. And so, no one has as of yet had an incentive to like make the positive case for data centers in particular across the kind of entire country. I mean, every AI company to a certain extent has a sort of incentive to make the positive case for AI. And I think that a lot of them do that. I mean, you turn on your TV, you'll see ads from Anthropic, you'll see ads from OpenAI, you'll see ads from Meta, like talking about magical stuff that's happening with artificial intelligence. And I think that's good and helpful and a thing that they should be doing. But, data centers were kind of out there as a concept without really an ally. And, they didn't really need one. I mean, one crazy thing about, people discussing, you see a lot of tweet, and far be it for me to defend, the companies that broadly construct data centers, but you'll see people noting that perceptions of data centers have like fallen off a cliff rather precipitously, and they'll say like, oh, totally fumbled the bag, like what a huge miss from these data center companies. It's like, well, hold on, like 2 years ago they were actually pretty popular, and I don't think the messaging has changed that much. So were they like really successful then and they're like not successful now? Or did something like sort of out of their control in the discourse more broadly change? And I would say that it's a little bit more the latter. And again, I think a lot more of it comes back to affordability and like daily cost than anyone really talks about. I mean, we talk about inflation and we talk about data centers as if they're totally different issues. I don't see it that way. I see that the primary reason that people in local communities get worked up about data centers is because they think it will make their lives more expensive. And therefore, our job is to convince people, I think, with lots of available data, with lots of available evidence, that like that's actually not the case. They'll create a lot of jobs in your community. It'll pay a lot of property taxes in your community. It can fund all sorts of things. You could cut property taxes, as Loudoun County, the county in America with the most data centers anywhere, has cut their property taxes every year for a decade because they have 200 plus data centers in their county that just like roll in cash every year so that they don't need to take as much from their citizens. You saw a story from, I think, out of West Virginia yesterday that the governor there, Patrick Morrisey, is coming up with a plan to allow responsible data center construction and put the proceeds immediately towards cutting income taxes. Like, what a great idea. What a great, way for a politician to say, hey, we're going to build these things and it's literally going to like show up in your paycheck. I think that's going to have a tremendous amount of success.
Yeah. So it sounds like affordability is the main issue here that the locals are care about. And even the larger thing of, oh, this is a big proxy war for a larger narrative around AI. Really what you're saying is that the local communities aren't even thinking about AI. They're not reading Dario's essays. They're not on tech Twitter trying to stand up against big tech.
Like the data center protesters like pulling out the hard copy of The Adolescence of Technology by Dario Amodei to in support of their opposition to data centers. Yeah, it's all affordability. It's association.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to dismiss the fact that like that person could exist, and I want to make it clear, not saying that anyone who is objecting to a data center in their community is doing it because they are unsophisticated, that they're backwards, they just don't get it, and if they were smarter, they would understand. I think these are legitimate concerns about affordability, and it's because they've been told this by like a large media narrative that has bubbled up over the course of the past year. So it's incumbent again on people who are building data centers, those of us who are pro tech, pro innovation, to like help make this case. And I think for policymakers like Governor Morrissey in West Virginia, who I just mentioned, like Joe Lombardo, who's the governor of Nevada, who wrote a great op-ed in the was it the Reno Times Gazette? Anyway, a local paper in Nevada saying, hey, in Nevada, we're doing data centers, right? Like, these are the rules that we have for them. These are the ways that they pay into our community. These are the jobs that they create. And we're going to approve these projects for as long as they are responsible and lead to growth in the state of Nevada. And I think that is a model that other politicians in other states could certainly follow.
Right.
So if this is mainly an affordability issue, what about some of the policies, like the rate taxpayer plan, the Futures for Everyone fund, the different things that actually put money back into local
like the
hands?
OpenAI community benefit agreements is another one, and like Meta giving. I think Meta gave like a $50,000 or $51,000 bonus to every teacher in Richland Parish, Louisiana, which is like roughly their annual income.
Yeah, that was crazy because that was actually an example of good, I think, local policy combining with a good local data center. Because, and I'm not a complete expert on the sales tax policy of Richland Parish, Louisiana, but I believe that the way that came about was that Richland had actually passed an ordinance previously that said, teachers get some percentage of the sales tax that our parish generates as a bonus, either every year or over some defined period of time. And then Meta just came in and they were like, guys, we're going to pay an absurd amount of sales tax in here. And the consequence of that existing law plus, the money that Meta was paying led to all these like massive bonuses. So I do not believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that like Mark Zuckerberg was sitting in his office like cutting the checks, but that is like how it played out. And again, that was a confluence of good policy on the local level and then of the major investment from one of the hyperscalers leading to a really positive outcome for everyone. And so that's, I think, the kind of thing that, if there is an upside to all this fracas, to all this discourse, like, I think, I don't presume to speak for you two guys, but I think all three of us probably wish that there wasn't this much of a fight over data centers and we could just like build the infrastructure that we need and it would probably on net be good. But there is this big dispute. Like I said, I understand it on the sort of local case by case level, and I do think that it will lead to communities standing up a little bit more and saying like, hey, if you want to build a data center here, we're going to need this benefit, this benefit, this benefit. And hopefully that leading to a lot more really positive outcomes for people sort of going forward and just kind of increasing the cooperation between these communities and these builders.
What are the types of benefits you think are the most effective?
It's a good question. I don't know that anyone has answered that perfectly because, there are some that generate great headlines. Like the Richland Parish, like 50 grand into the pockets of teachers. That's great. But like, what if you're a truck driver in Richland Parish and you're like, oh, well, then that doesn't really benefit me. For me personally, like, I look to the example of like Loudoun County, a place where, again, they have 200 plus data centers. Like they are able to pay for a ton of their just like county budget is like half just data center like property tax revenue. And so they're able to cut taxes for people. I think sort of being able to draw that direct connection between like this data center is built, therefore like look at your tax bill at the end of the year. That's really good. If you could figure out some way to like subsidize electric bills, I bet that would be pretty popular. I think there was another really good article on a data center that was built in a town called Quincy, Washington. And they have been able to just like build stuff like a community pool, a new community center, like all the roads have been repaved, like they're investing more in their public education. Like that stuff's really good too. I think whatever it is, one, it could be different in every community. Like, if you're a data center builder and you read stories about, they actually do this, they'll come into the communities and say like, hey, we want to build a data center here. Like, what's the thing that we could do that would like help everybody? And sometimes it's, just pay into the general fund and we're going to give everybody a property tax. Great, easy. Sometimes it's, hey, there's this community center that, has long been really popular, but it's kind of falling into the ground and we need $2 million to repair it. Maybe that's the thing that, does it here. I don't think that there's any one answer kind of nationally. But I think that on a community by community basis, you can solve these problems. But then again, as we've been talking about, there is also this national discussion. And so we still need to be talking about kind of the broader benefits of AI and the broader benefits of winning the AI infrastructure race, of making sure that this stuff is built in America generally, as opposed to overseas or in even hostile countries. But those are two conversations we have to have kind of at the same time.
Yeah. Well, Logan, this is really interesting, very topical data center discourse going on right now. Thanks so much for joining us on MTS.
Yeah,
Thank you guys
appreciate
for
you
having
joining
me.
us. And we'll be back with MTS.
It's
Okay, we're
time
back.
for more data center discourse.
It's
our
been my
favorite.
entire timeline today.
It has. It
Like,
really has.
fully,
It's
entirely.
completely taken over my timeline today and yesterday.
Yep.
The data center discourse. So yeah, looking at some more quote tweets on my post, which is where we left off. Comparing LLMs to the invention of airplanes or mass factory production, stolen valor of the highest order. Well, what's going to succeed LLMs that will arise from the
Robots.
data centers? Yeah. What? Oh, a couple of people are threatening to kill me in the screen share.
Par for the course.
Interesting tweet from Doomslide. Anti-data center psychosis threat it poses to our economy. I don't know. The public backlash against data centers seems quite rational given current trends. Trade offer: I receive robot armies, you receive currency debasement. How do data centers cause currency debasement? Like, even in AGI world, you would expect like people's purchasing power to increase dramatically because it will become so much cheaper to make goods. I kind of don't get this argument. It's odd. I do actually, one thing I find kind of interesting about the whole like farmland stuff is, you know, people say like, oh, data centers are bad because they threaten farmland. Kind of implicitly treating farmland as just part of nature, when it is very much not part of nature. Like, all farmland is artificial.
Also, like, don't we have like billionaires buying farmland or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the farmland thing is especially interesting because, like,
that's just grasping at straws, IMO.
What is?
Like, oh, it takes farmland. What are we talking about, bro? There's so much land in the U.S. that is not at all suitable for agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sophie Cunningham, who's like WNBA star with 2/3 followers, tweeted like, so how do we save our farmland and stop all these dumb data centers? Really?
What are we talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Wait, is this the right-wing anti-data center argument?
I don't know. Are WNBA players right-wing ever? It is actually a pretty common right-wing anti-data center argument, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it's more right-wing to like care about farmland like that.
Okay, so she is right-wing.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting. Well,
so this
let's take a look at the quote tweets here.
The right-wing pop argument. Okay, let's see.
This is a land use chart by Bloomberg, from Bloomberg in 2018. Estimates are data centers will use 900,000 acres by 2028. Yeah, I mean, like, look at the amount of land that is used for golf courses, which use way more water than data centers.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at like cow pasture, livestock feed, idle/fowl. Look at the amount of actually a relatively small percentage of farmland is actually used for like food that we eat. Like, most farmland is pasture for animals and then feed for animals. I think we dedicate more farmland to animal food than for direct human food.
Yeah, totally. And then we have, look at the huge chunk of private family timberland.
Yeah.
That's just like literally like aristocrat land. Like, you don't hear anyone talking about that.
Is this true? Like, what do they do with it?
I have no idea. But yeah, it's just privately owned land. Yeah, this is a great chart, actually. I also feel like if you're worried about environmental harm and you're opposed to data centers for that reason, just makes no sense. Like, think about like how palm oil is made, and like it requires like a shit ton of deforestation. There's like all of these other like much more pressing environmental concerns, like even like factory farming and stuff. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. We have this Wall Street Journal article. Politicians who once championed data centers are now bashing them. In November, Texas Governor Greg Abbott declared the state the epicenter of AI development while announcing a $40 billion investment by Google. Less than a year later, the Republican said he halted approvals of some 1,800 new data centers worth billions of dollars on concerns that they use too much power and water. The move earlier this month drew the ire of President Trump, who this week staunchly defended the centers as an economic engine. So it is interesting. Like, the current largest proponent of data centers in America is Donald Trump. This is kind of unexpected. It's sort of rare that like he will be the most
Do something unpopular. Like,
yeah, that he will do something unpopular, that he will be like the most prominent voice on an issue, that he will go against like what many people in the Republican Party are saying, or that he will be so proactive in his commentary about this. So I wonder, like, is he just going to like flip once he realizes where the winds are blowing?
it's so possible. He just like, I feel like he's the one to flip flop. I mean, Greg Abbott flip flopped, right? Like
he did.
I feel like it's very common for like right wing politicians to flip flop.
Well,
not so much for politicians in general. Not so much left wing politicians. Like I doubt that like Bernie or AOC or anyone would ever flip flop.
Well, they're not going to flip flop in the other direction. But
Yeah.
you know, I'm sure that if they had endorsed data centers previously, they would be flipping back by now. Bernie actually is kind of less anti-AI than many leftists. He's like, you know, oh, we don't want the technology to be unequal, and we don't want like negative data center impacts, but the technology itself is not like intrinsically evil. And a lot of like leftists are like, the technology is intrinsically evil, which is, you know, not.
Is this
not
true?
Bernie's
Like who
position.
makes that argument?
You see a lot of arguments that imply this. Like, for example, anyone who uses AI is like a bad person. I don't think Bernie would endorse that. A growing voter outcry over data centers that strain resources and fuel a technology capable of putting Americans out of work. Whoa, who said that? Okay, Wall Street Journal editorializing. Holy shit. Is this a news article or an op-ed?
The data center issue is the latest example of a governor who's been doing the bidding of moneyed interests instead of the people of Texas. This is probably true. Like, I'm not his biggest fan, but whatever. Abbott has said companies have agreed to guardrails that minimize disruptions to local water and power markets, showing his plan is working and protecting Texas communities. This is entirely just skewed by like the populism in Texas, especially the energy concerns, like I've said before.
Yeah.
Democrats around the country are deploying the same playbook. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive running for Senate in Michigan, has claimed his opponent, former Gov Representative Mike Rogers, wants to put the centers in the backyards of voters of the state. Oh, that's... Imagine a politician saying, hey, I want you, yes, you, to volunteer your backyard for my data center.
Ye be. Yes, in your backyard.
Yes, exactly.
Remember when Nick Fuentes tweeted after the election, "Your body, my choice, forever"? And then it got 100 million views on Twitter, and then someone like showed up to his house and tried to kill him. It's like, yeah, your backyard, my
choice. That's so horrible. I wonder what... I think Nick Fuentes is probably super anti-data center, actually.
I don't think he even is.
Don't tweet that. You're going to get so canceled.
Your backyard, my choice, forever.
I mean, it's hilarious, but like, make it obvious it's a joke.
I'm not going to tweet that. So Rogers, the Republican candidate for Senate in Michigan, said that there should be a pause in the sector. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown, the former Democratic senator and nominee in this year's Senate contest, is targeting Republican Senator John Husted for championing AI, calling him the face of data centers. the face of data centers.
The face of data centers.
Can I become the face of data centers?
You probably are going to.
I volunteer. Husted has said that he always pushed for companies to pay more. What were you saying?
So I think there's actually an interesting argument here that would say like a kind of like AI safety argument that would make the case that what we need to do is go like extremely accelerationist on building AI infrastructure, like data centers, like go bananas on building data centers, so that we have and power as well to support them, so that we have the like power and infrastructure advantages over China such that we can, like, for example, get at the frontier of models and then be able to like sustain a pause in model development, like for model capability reasons, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you could make the argument that like right now, if we stop training the models, like China will just get ahead. But if we had way, way, way more like data center infrastructure, we could afford to maybe do a pause, like do a sustainable pause or something.
What is a sustainable pause?
Like pause, like what OpenAI is doing right now with their training run.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't have much to do with data centers.
No, I guess the argument is that China is not constrained on power. Like they are constrained on compute, I guess, but they're not constrained on power. So like if we went all in on power and data centers, we would have more leverage. Anyways.
The committee that works to elect Senate Republicans warned in a Tuesday memo that data centers are the anchor hanging around Husted's neck, and that the industry will be blamed if Husted loses because of the issue. That's some really strong wording. I'm trying to find this memo that we saw earlier on Tuesday. I can't find it. Axios, Ohio, Senate, memo, data centers. Right. So this was it. This was the full memo written by the NRSC, which is the National Republican Senatorial Committee. It's the branch of the Republican Party that elects senators. Basically, they say John Husted, the Republican, and Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, are in a dead heat. Private polling has been consistent. When voters hear Brown's positions and his record, Husted pulls away. The new ingredient and the new problem is data centers. Ohio is one of the leaders in building these AI factories. Brown has made his opposition to them the centerpiece of his campaign against Husted. Brown is using it because it works. More than any other thing in this race, data centers are the anchor hanging around Husted's neck. If he loses and data centers get the blame, politicians across the country will take notice, and they will not go near the next one. So what has to happen is campaigns or party committees cannot fix the toxic brand of an entire segment of the economy. They will have to fix how Ohioans see them, who benefits, who pays, and why a community should want one. If it is still this potent in November, which it very likely will be, elected officials everywhere will treat Ohio as a reason to work against data centers in the future. If voters' perceptions of data centers are not fixed quickly, the campaign against them will expand far beyond Ohio. So the NRSC is saying the message has to be only let data centers be built in communities that approve them by a local vote and pay for their own power, water, and other utilities, like Trump's ratepayer protection pledge.
We need like a Tim Walz who is pro data center.
What do you mean?
Like we need like because there's some like right wing politicians who are pro data center, and then there are zero leftists who are pro data center.
Why Tim Walz in particular?
Because he has the archetype of like he has the optics of like guy from where was he? I forgot.
Minnesota.
Yeah, guy from like Minnesota who was like pro working class and like whatever. Like there's no like people who are pro working class who are making the argument of like, oh, data centers will like create jobs or like be good for like the tax centers of local governments.
So you need like a kind of like folksy, like rural Democrat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
I wonder who it's going to be.
I don't know.
We're going to need like what's that kid's name? Dean Withers. Imagine
he is not a folksy
pro data center Dean Withers.
That's basically you.
I don't know if I'm him.
You're not him.
I think we have kind of different personalities.
It's like same like debate bro archetype, although very different views.
I don't know. I think I used to be much more debate bro-y than I am now. Believe it or not. We're almost the same age. Happy early birthday, Dean Withers.
You guys need a debate.
Me versus Dean Withers debate on MTS. That would be so great.
That would be
like
can we actually reach out to him? We should do that.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just like curious. Like he had a tweet recently. Actually, no, it wasn't him. It was David Hogg. you know David Hogg. He was like the vice chair of the DNC, I believe. He was a founder of March for Our Lives, very prominent like Democrat advocate, and he tweeted, where is it? I think it may have even been deleted, but he tweeted something like, oh, if data centers are so good, why don't they build them in rich areas? And then the immediate community note was like, the 2 counties in the United States with the most data centers are Loudoun County, Virginia, and Santa Clara County, California, which are also the 2 richest counties in the US. But I get the argument. It's like the hyperscale data centers are not being built there, but it's mainly for population density reasons. It's not like some conspiracy of like the tech elites to like deliberately build data centers in poor areas because they hate them.
Here, let me say like, what's the demographic breakdown of like towns in America with data centers? Like I want to know like median income and stuff.
Probably depends on the size of data centers. I'm sure there's data centers in San Francisco that we don't know about because they're so unobtrusive.
All right, let's see. Yeah, there's a Pew Research Center article about this.
Yeah, 365 Main Street in San Francisco is a data center.
Let me send you this article.
Interesting.
Okay, 67% of planned data centers are in rural areas, while 87% of existing data centers are in urban ones. 39% of planned data centers are in counties that currently don't have any. Okay, so most do currently have.
Where did you send this to me?
Text. Most will happen in the South and Midwest. 3/4 of all planned data centers will be built in these 2 regions, with the South alone accounting for nearly half of them.
Right.
Virginia being, a crazy amount of planned, as compared to currently operating, which is already the most.
They build the data centers in Virginia because, like, actually, I don't know why. Why are there so many data centers in Virginia?
It could be a mix
because
of like
early internet hubs established unmatched fiber connectivity. Plus tax exemptions, strategic proximity to Washington, D.C., reliable and affordable electricity, and vast amounts of available land.
Yep.
That makes sense.
California is actually 3rd.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising.
I guess it makes sense. They're probably not like AI data centers.
They're not AI data centers. It's just like companies that need like data center co-location and stuff.
Yep.
How many Americans live near a data center? 38% of Americans live within 5 miles of at least one operational data center. So 42% live close to an existing or planned data center. Probably most of them don't even know it, I would imagine.
Probably they won't know. Like they just like...
There's just a lot of conflation going on between, the little co-location data centers that are like a building that you don't even notice, and then giant hyperscale AI data centers that, take entire like reservoirs and, dedicated nuclear power plants and whatnot to build stuff like the Meta Hyperion data center or XAI Colossus. But generally speaking, those are not built in populated areas.
All right, what else? Currently, 38% of Americans live within 5 miles of one operational data center. These structures tend to be built in clusters. 9 in 10 data centers are within 5 miles of another one. Another 4% of Americans don't currently live near a currently operational data center, but live within 5 miles of one that's planned. So together, 42% close to an existing or planned data center.
Yep. So the warning has put the party at odds with its own president. Trump on Wednesday said he would welcome the centers in his state if he was a mayor or governor because of the economic benefits they present. If you don't take it, you're going to be left behind, he said. So, like, seriously, a very important question is, like, will Trump continue being pro-data center or not?
I have literally no clue.
I have no clue. And it's very important.
There's no way of knowing. I would assume... Oh my god, it's tough. It's tough.
I think I would assume I would slightly go in the direction of no. I think he's more likely than not going to flip. Not for sure.
I don't think so. I think the opposite.
Really? Why?
I think it's likely that he won't flip because he kind of like does. Sometimes he does vehemently stand by things like the China thing.
What China thing? Like tariffs?
Just being like very like scared and skeptical of China since the very beginning.
I don't even know about that. Like he seems to be like reasonably China pilled.
Actually, no, he did kind of flip on that recently.
Yeah, he's like,
Never mind.
Xi Jinping, a very, very honorable man.
I feel like he is kind of like after I saw his that excerpt where he talked about ChatGPT and he was like, those words it's saying, they're beautiful.
Have you seen the clip where he's like, grass has a life just like people have a life?
No. Yeah, after seeing that, I'm like, yeah, okay, Trump probably thinks AI is awesome.
There it is.
It's all gone. The tents all over the lawns, which were terrible, are all gone. The fences are all gone because nobody gets.
He's so funny.
We fixed those. Grass has a life, just like people have a life. And we fixed that one, and it's everything.
What's really funny is he's said this line, grass has a life like people, multiple times.
Grass has a life like humans have a life.
Wait, he's not even wrong.
He's true.
Grass is alive.
Logan McMillan says, this is the third time Trump has said that grass is life like humans. He's close to embracing the truth of Wu Qing Fo Xing, the Buddha-like nature of all things, and rejecting the false binary of sentience and insentience.
So true.
Comments, folks, desire is the root of all suffering. It's very nasty, very bad, and we're going to get rid of it.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
White House shares a remarkable moment. Remember this one? Like Trump catching a bee in his hand and showing it to King Charles.
Oh my god.
This is such a good reaction image. I'm bookmarking it.
He is a Renaissance painting.
Yeah, incredible. So,
yeah. Anyways.
Ohio Republican gubernatorial candidate Vivek Ramaswamy pledged earlier this month to pause data center approvals until lawmakers pass a bill requiring companies meet environmental standards, ensure locals receive free electricity, and pay their full property tax bills. Isn't this already required? You already have to pay property taxes, right? On Wednesday, Nevada's Democratic candidate for governor Aaron Ford pledged to end tax abatements. I'm actually fine with like ending tax abatements as like an optics policy. It seems like, there's huge demand to build data centers. You don't need to give them tax incentives. You can raise the taxes, and that's fine. I vastly prefer a regime where data centers are allowed and taxed than one in which they're not allowed.
Yeah, they should be taxed.
Data centers, Josh Shapiro, moderate Democrat governor of Pennsylvania, who's generally pro-tech, flipped on data centers. Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate Tom Tiffany called the Democrat Wisconsin governor candidate David Crowley Data Center David. That's funny.
I'm going to call you Data Center Theo.
No, it doesn't work. It's not alliterative.
True, but
data center
it's still
David.
Just like really funny.
Yeah. The backlash is a crisis for AI companies. They pose a risk to investors. The opposition has the potential to slash 2 to 3% off annual economic growth if it metastasizes, said Chamath Palihapitiya on X. How does he know that? I don't think this is true for the matter for the record.
Is this based on a study at Just Trust Me Bro University?
Just Trust Me Bro University. He says it will unwind 200 to 300 basis points of annual GDP. I don't think that's true. Like annual GDP growth already is about. He's saying basically, if anti-data center laws go through, then America's GDP will stop growing entirely, which I think is true. But it will definitely slow down. That's true. He says the collective leadership of Frontier AI has failed miserably in doing the basics. 1, paint a positive picture on what is possible with AI. 2, visibly and disproportionately enrich the local communities AI data centers operate in. And 3, stop infighting and stop trying to influence the government or trick them because of the asymmetric knowledge the industry has.
So true.
Very good post by Chamath.
That's a very important point. It's like we do have the tech industry has a disproportionate amount of asymmetric information. And this is why, like, this is what I tweeted about like earlier, is like people hate this because they are not being told in advance that the data centers are going to be built. Like they're just finding out, like Jasmine said, like months after an NDA has already been put in place, and like the data centers are already.
Yeah. Schizophrenia says 100%, or I guess we'll look at Ruby's tweet. The value of data
really
centers has not been made clear to the American public. Show me pictures, videos, and reports of a town that loves their data center. Schizophrenia says 100%, and Jasmine Sun had a great point about this. The value of building a new data center is so amorphous and intangible compared to building something real or physical, like an automotive factory in a town. To the average American, all the money is flowing in the wrong direction, and it's nonsensical that they are stuck in the same material conditions when immaterial conditions, like a new model release, are improving, and all of this is downstream from unease around healthcare, housing, and education.
So true me.
So true. Housing theory of everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's like historical materialism, man. Like everything just is downstream of like people's material conditions, which cluster around the same like three basic needs. Very Maslow's hierarchy. It's literally just like shelter, healthcare, education. Like I think that had we solved a lot of the like more upstream issues around healthcare, housing, and education, then we would have a much more, like Chinese attitude about all of this, of like, oh yeah, the data centers, they're just infrastructure. They're just necessary infrastructure. Just like let it rip.
Mm-hmm. I think Meta's Futures for Everyone Fund is a good start, but we need firmer commitments to construction workers, social workers, teachers, nurses, etc. You can imagine eventually every data center build-out deal having a public community benefits agreement where they specify things like local higher percentages / wage floors, as opposed to the prevailing method today, which is negotiating the data center deal under an NDA, and then the whole town finds out when it's too late.
Yeah.
And I said, agree 100% with paragraphs 1 and 2, but negotiated community benefits agreements for every new data center project sound like they avoid the heart of the problem. People just need to see very clear associations between data centers and life improvement. Yeah, I mean, imagine like every time you needed to build like an apartment building, you would need to do a community benefits agreement. This just sounds like
that's not the same thing at all. I think it's
the
just
housing
because
policy of like New York.
No, I just think it's because this is like such a contentious point right now that like if you draft up something like this and then you like you also draft up like labor agreements in advance or like apprenticeships created or whatever, then it's a much easier sell to the community. Like I think in the in-between period, something like this might have to be necessary for the communities and the local government to be on board. But Ruby has some good comments under his own post. You should look at those.
There have been multiple reports. Oh, his own comments?
Yeah.
These positive media artifacts need to be planned. Yeah. Silicon Valley seems to have omitted the very crucial portion of any major political / societal shift, which is manufacturing consent. That's an incredible argument, actually.
Exactly.
It's like, Noam Chomsky wrote this book called Manufacturing Consent, where he argued that like the mass media, the mainstream media serves as basically an extension of corporations in order to manufacture consent, in order to build consensus in a sort of unjustified way among the people for whatever the corporate media wants. And it's really funny. This argument here is like, hey, corporations, you forgot to manufacture consent.
Yeah, literally. Isn't there someone you forgot to manufacture consent for?
Yeah, I think manufacturing consent has now been totally falsified because most media these days are like independent people on Instagram Reels.
Like, kind of. I mean, I think it has its pros and cons. But anyways, he says, it's insufficient to say it'll make XX dollars in tax revenue. People had taxes raised on them and see no benefit.
Yeah.
Material, documented, evident proofs of positive impact for the population.
Right. Like,
where's the 60 Minutes episode? Exactly. Like,
if people said a marginal like $1 billion or $10 billion of tax revenue will go to the government of San Francisco, I would assume I'm never going to see any of it.
Yeah. Like, okay, shrug. This was my point. Like,
but I can imagine in a better governed place, like you would see benefits of tax revenue increases.
Like, it's just not enough to be like, oh, your tax revenue will go up. I'm going to be like what you just said. Where's the 60 minutes episode where the TikToks about the data center made me rich. Where is your cousin at Thanksgiving who just bought a new car because he got a data center job? So true. So true.
Smash repost button.
Yeah, exactly. So this is probably one of the best tweets that I saw today about it. But yeah, I mean, like, maybe it'll require like a docu-series or something about data centers.
Nicole Ruiz had a comment about this. Nicole Ruiz is great. She was a venture capitalist. She's a writer. She's married to Santi Ruiz, who's also a really good writer. In 1937, the federal government ran poster campaigns to convince rural Americans electricity was a good idea. People were protesting the towers. Matthew Jordan and I talked about what those fights say about the data center backlash. I mean, I do think like with electricity, with electric light, there's almost like a biblical association to it. You know, the Genesis begins with "Let there be light."
Sure.
I think, you know, light is just light is something that's obviously associated with the good in a way that like computers are not necessarily. People see computers as more alien.
They're blue light. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just that they see it as...
Is being human a skill issue?
Wait, this is great. I need to subscribe to this.
Wow. Yeah. Holy gem. Gem alarm. Ding, 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 ding.
Crazy onomatopoeia right there.
Yeah.
What is... I mean, it's just like sad that we're at a point where like one of the most exciting societal shifts ever, literally ever, I can't emphasize this enough, ever in the history of all of time that has transpired is about to happen, and that somehow people are not excited about it. That's just like the saddest thing in the world. Well, and it's such a failure. Like it just like brings to light all of the failures of like the current system, because it's ridiculous that we're not excited about this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's been like 14 billion years since the inception of the universe. And right now is like the most exciting point of those 14 billion years, arguably, because like we're about to see the craziest explosion of technology and life improvements and artificial intelligence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like, this should be so exciting.
Absolutely.
But anyways.
Yeah, it is kind of sad to see. What else do we have? Have we finished this article yet?
No, we haven't.
Industry executives say they will make good on promises to pay more for power and minimize water consumption, but many locals don't trust the sector. Well, I guess, you know, the best thing tech companies could do is like just follow through on this stuff.
I really think like I'm just at the point where it's like, bro, we need a leftist politician who is like the Tim Walz archetype that I said.
Like leftist or liberal?
There's no real leftism in the US. But
yeah, there is.
No, not really.
Yeah, the DSA is this.
No, this is democratic socialist. That's not like a leftist.
Like pro data center communists?
No, I don't mean communist, but I'm using left as like catch-all term in the US. But yeah, we just need like that sort of more liberal adjacent pro data center politician.
Yeah.
Who is like pro like social services and stuff, but also pro data center. How
are you going to fund the social services?
I don't know.
Anyway. A16Z charts
of the week.
Had a good one. Moses Sternstein, our goat Moses Sternstein from A16Z charts, did a really good chart on data centers. Data centers are a blue collar bonanza. Data centers are driving large shares of economic activity. So in some states, New Mexico and Wyoming and Virginia, over 50% of private non-residential construction spending is just data centers, which is insane. That's really, really high.
What? That's insane.
Yeah. And then gigawatts under construction. Texas has 15 or 14 gigawatts under construction. Virginia has like 11. And then all other states are up to 5. Ohio has 5 gigawatts under construction. Ports Pike will, I think, add to that. But counties with data centers are doing pretty good. In counties with mega data centers in operation or under construction, new housing units have way more new housing units have been built. The home value has increased.
Oh my God, look at US total.
For housing units built?
How is it like negative?
Because it's the percent change of units built in 2026 versus 2024.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
The housing is being destroyed.
Yeah, they're just cutting it down. No, I see it's percent change.
Home value
percent change since 2024.
has increased in data center counties.
Yeah.
Unemployment rate is lower than the U.S. total, and job growth is higher for counties with already operating data centers. In fairness, this I don't know how much of this is due to the data centers directly.
Yeah, who's to say? I mean,
yeah,
it could
causation, correlation, are not obvious here. A lot of excellent new data centers.
I feel
are in
like,
Loudoun
is there
County.
anything to suggest that maybe like counties with data center construction have like looser like zoning laws or regulation or like building regulations? Like it's entirely possible. It's just confounding, and then those would naturally build more houses.
Now this is cool. Data centers pay premium wages. Median posted pay for data center versus non-data center postings with the same job title. So for a facilities manager, you would make 64% more working for a data center than for a non-data center. For construction manager, you would make...
Superintendent? That's not school superintendent, right?
No, it's like a building superintendent.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
The super, they do like repairs.
In
and
a similar
maintenance
way
and
that
stuff.
you believe like housing theory of everything, I kind of believe healthcare theory of everything. Oh wow.
Okay, whatever.
Loud sound. Like housing is one thing. Just like build more houses. Everything is downstream of inaffordable, insufficient housing, whatever. But I also think like another similar vein is just the healthcare argument.
Yeah. And then hourly pay for network technicians, you make 42% more. Data centers are making an increasingly good time to be in the skilled trades. 50% wage premium for concrete workers. Yeah, this is great. Like we definitely need imagine like pro data center more perfect union that goes around to like, let's say there's some guy from like rural Texas who got a job in the skilled trades and he's a concrete worker and he's making more money than he's ever made before and life is good and he can buy a house and he can buy a car.
Yeah, but
just
you
the
said,
politics of
like,
ordinary
a very
prosperity.
important point is like the optics of it coming from like a more perfect union and not from like an A16Z like news chart. You know what I mean? Like if it were to be like a coalition of like like very grassroots people or like independent creators, like more Taylor Lorenz's, like you said, that were publishing charts like this, it's a very different tone than like, A16Z, which obviously like has a vested interest in publishing this stuff, even though it's great, like it's great journalism, but yeah, it just like matters so much who the mouth that it's coming from,
Yeah, absolutely.
Alas.
Well,
it's been such a heated discussion.
I know.
Today.
It's fun. I love heated discussions. I love word selling. I love arguing. It's so much fun. Like one of the joys of life.
I see. I found another tweet from the union workers. Let me just send it to you. Oh yeah, are there any like unions for people who are doing the data center build out? Is that a thing?
Maybe. Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. New York Times just did an opinion essay on exactly
Where is
what
the
I just
narrative,
said.
guys? Where is the narrative? What is going on?
The narrative is being built, maybe? Electricians love data centers. You should too.
It's total narrative warfare out here.
Data centers represent the best opportunity in generations for blue-collar workers to attain a portion of the American dream. Kind of true, actually. Let's see what the New York Times says in the comments. Let's see what happens when the author must live next door to a mega data center. No one lives next door to a mega data center. Very, very, very few people. Well, yes.
Don't look at the comments. Focus on the article.
Well, the comments are what's interesting and important, because the comments are like the people who are being affected by the discourse or not. Building prisons is good for construction workers. Cutting down forests is good for lumberjacks. This is the problem with the narrow version of union. That's actually amazing. That's actually amazing. Like the New York Times lefties are they're so anti-progress that it makes them anti-union. This is unreal.
Wait, no, I think a lot of New York Times people are like leftists, not leftists, like liberal in a way that doesn't make them pro-union.
I mean, I'm pro-unions that are pro-progress.
Yeah, like
the author makes a persuasive case that data centers create good union jobs, but he largely assumes the central question that America needs the enormous expansion of data centers being projected. I really don't like when people have this like hubristic conceit that like they know better than everyone else, and like, oh, I should be allowed to make laws and regulations that say you can't build this thing because I think it's excessive.
Wait, are they saying basically like data centers are optional?
Yeah.
Is that the argument?
The fact that data centers create jobs and serve things we like doesn't by itself establish that building them at this scale is the best use of America's labor capital and electricity.
It's not just the things that you just listed. It's like literally every part of the digital economy.
Yeah.
Son.
But if we want to continue to enjoy using Instagram and Waze, streaming movies, blah, 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 we're going to need more data centers. How about no, we would be better off not doing this. So many of these ghastly centers. Instead of data centers, we're going to call them ghastly centers. How can that possibly be good for the future? Who's going to be online banking when there's no food? A lot of people objected to me calling anti-data center psychosis, but like, what?
Who's going to be online banking when there is no food?
If you build data centers, there will be no food. This is a simplistic take. The fact that all this AI compute is purely speculative. The fact that all this AI compute is purely speculative. Okay, bro.
You know,
the New York Times comments are mostly environmental stuff, as opposed to like being anti-big tech, for example.
Are you sure? I don't think that's true.
I think the most common strain we've seen here is anti or environmental stuff.
Nah.
Yeah.
Guys.
Well,
we need to lock in.
We do need to lock in. It's an informational war. We're gonna have to fight harder. We're gonna have to make everyone love data centers. We're gonna have to make more drawings of union electricians in front of data centers with rainbows and sunshine behind them.
I just don't even think that's enough. I think it's like, if we're gonna expect everyone to be pro data center, then we need to like reform a lot of other like social policies. Like we might just need a social revolution. Not social revolution advice.
Not social revolution advice. Well, should we say thanks to our sponsors?
We should.
Let's do that.
Not French Revolution advice.
Not French Revolution advice.
Okay.
MTS is brought to you by Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. adquick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are live with Stephen Adler, who is the co-founder of Guidelight AI Standards. Previously, he was a safety researcher at OpenAI. Guidelight is an AI safety organization, could you say?
Yeah, that's right. What we're trying to do. Go ahead.
Organize the Pacing the Frontier letter along with Encode. So, Stephen, welcome to MTS.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, tell us about the Guidelight AI control scorecard that you guys came out with a couple of days ago.
Yeah, of course. So to back up for a moment, what Guidelight is trying to do is get the frontier AI companies to do more of the most important safety practices. And the way that we do this is we develop different standards with the input of the technical AI safety community, and then we score the different companies for how well they are doing on this. And then we publish those scorecards. So back in May, we published one of our first standards focused on control, how the AI companies can stop their systems from doing dangerous things like the OpenAI Hugging Face incident, even if they're misaligned. And since we published that standard about 3 months ago, we've been going through all the different documents the companies have published about how they actually handle this in practice. This week, we published our scorecard, which goes through and says, for the most important things in our control standard, how are the AI companies actually managing this? Are they doing a good job of it? Happy to talk a bunch more about the details. The headline is, across the industry, there's quite a ways to go. The frontier AI companies are mostly not doing the basic practices so far to make sure that we don't have a long string of continued incidents.
Yeah. So something interesting is that the highest scoring companies are Anthropic and OpenAI, which are at a C+, which doesn't seem high. This means substantial partial implementation for the most part. So can you tell us about, why it's only partial in their implementation?
Yeah, of course. So OpenAI and Anthropic tied for first place in our assessment. Like you said, they got a C+. Google came kind of middle of the pack at a D+. XAI and Meta are, even below that. They're respectively a D- and an F. What we do is we go through different practices, like how well can the company actually see what their AI is doing when they use it for security critical work inside the company? How thoroughly are they scanning for signs of misbehavior? Do they measure and document how good a job they're doing of finding the misbehavior? Do they have preventative measures in place? And what we find is that though companies have made steps in this direction, generally they are not doing it across the board. In fact, in no case are they doing it across the board. So specifically, let's take one practice, how thoroughly the companies log what their systems are doing so that you can then look afterward for signs of misbehavior. OpenAI published a few months back that they do this for 99.9% of their traffic for certain types of traffic, which I think is really great, right? No other company has made that strong a statement, but there are still big gaps in their systems. And that's the reason why we can't give them a full score on this practice. For example, broadly across evaluations, for some models, they are logging this to look for signs of misbehavior, but there are other models where they haven't said they are doing this. One important thing to note, we are going only off of public information. And so it's possible that companies are actually doing a more thorough job on these things than they have said. But we want the public to have an accurate understanding of this. And so we only grade based on what the companies have said publicly, which so far is partial implementation at most.
I mean, would companies be incentivized in any way to not publish safety procedures that they're doing?
There are some things where I think there's a reasonable case for not publishing them. And actually our standard accounts for that. So for example, one of the practices that we want companies to do is to have a third-party organization, someone like a meter, for example, come in and do a hands-on audit of their control systems. And that's actually like the perfect way to account for information that maybe it would be unsafe to publish it, but you still want the public to know that you are doing something to account for these risks. Generally, though, the things that we scored in this assessment, these are all totally fine to talk about publicly. They are meant to be like very, very strong basics that companies could go and implement today and talk about doing so publicly if they so choose. The issue, as I see it, is that the competitive dynamics are such right now that they don't invest enough in safety across the board. And so they've only gone part of the way there.
So I'm curious about all these different foundational practices. You have logging, you have monitor efficacy, you have gated action, circuit breaking, third-party review, and having a containment plan for a misaligned model. So what did the Hugging Face incident teach you about the containment plan portion of this? I can see that OpenAI is actually rated at a 3 for having a containment plan, whereas other companies have basically no containment plan for misaligned models.
Yeah, especially the contrast between OpenAI and Anthropic here.
Yeah, it is really striking. I guess let me take a step back for a moment. So I think the best thing that companies could be doing is putting preventative measures into place to stop these incidents ahead of time. The state of affairs right now is much more like run around and try to clean it up after the fact.
Right.
In some cases, that just isn't okay. One thing that helps if you need to run around and clean it up after the fact is to have put thought ahead of time into how would you actually cordon off one of these models if it is misbehaving? You know, who could still use it for what purposes? Maybe certain safety researchers need to be able to continue to use it to actually diagnose what the problem is and whether you fixed it. So OpenAI, to its credit, has actually undeployed models on multiple occasions where it ran into a serious safety incident and it felt the best course of action, perhaps a precaution, was to roll it back. And especially in the wake of the OpenAI Hugging Face incident, they've actually shared much more detail than any other company about how they handled this procedure. Anthropic, as you noted, actually got a 0 out of 5 on this. And that's because, as far as we can tell, based on all public evidence, Anthropic has not described at all the circumstances in which it would roll back one of its deployed models due to misalignment incidents, who could continue to use the model in that case for what purpose, what evidence they would look for to determine it's safe to redeploy. I think those things are really important. If you have a real AI incident, recall, these are moving at computer speed, right? Every minute counts. You can't be having a meeting to figure out what your protocol is. The AI is just like zipping around during those moments. And so it's really important to prepare for ahead of time. And that's part of why we want to encourage this.
Right. Yeah, so what were some of the takeaways that you got from putting together this control assessment?
One important thing to emphasize is there's been a lot of attention in the wake of the OpenAI Hugging Face incident on cyber evaluations specifically. And I think that's just far too narrow a set of solutions. Like, unfortunately, if you look out at the body of evidence about misaligned models, what I think we need to get to are broad preventative measures that work across domains, not just during cyber. Here's an example. So in the Black Hat talk, OpenAI discussed how in advance of the Hugging Face attack itself, their model actually started coordinating, trying to break out in the course of non-cyber-based actions. You know, fill in the formulas in this Excel spreadsheet, and maybe the file hadn't been attached. And so this kind of caused it to want to break onto the internet or seek out other ways to get this file. If you're just focused on domains where you're doing safety testing for things like cyber or bio, it might be true that those are the riskiest moments, but they certainly aren't the only risky moments. And the type of thing that you need is a broader defense against these AI systems breaking out of your computers, doing things to sabotage safety work within the company. There's a really wide range of things that you don't want your systems to do, and you can't just come and clean it up after the fact.
How are you thinking about procedures that AI labs should be doing specifically around monitoring and preventing the negative effects of recursive self-improvement and automated AI research?
You know, the thing I would emphasize here is less specific to recursive self-improvement and more just how do you make sure that you have adequate supervision of the AI system in general. So not to underline it too much, right? But OpenAI, which has beefed up some of its controls in the wake of the Hugging Face incident, here is the current state and why they are still reactive right there after the fact. What they've discussed is if an AI system is taking a serious enough action, they will send a very high severity page to their security staff who will then investigate the incident. And if they can't determine it's a false positive, they'll try to halt the activity. The type of thing that this doesn't catch, and one of the concerns as you get more and more capable systems that are perhaps more capable of deception, they can do more complicated tasks. What if the AI system goes and actually turns off the control system in that 30-minute period? You know, you are relying on, imagine you ran a bank, right? And you want the bank to not get robbed. The way you do this is not setting up a security camera and every hour you check the feed and you see if the bank was robbed in that time and then you try to respond. You certainly don't leave it where a criminal could walk into the bank and turn off the camera. And that's the equivalent of what's happening at AI labs today, not just in terms of automated AI R&D and recursive self-improvement, but broadly across the board. Like, none of the companies have described having the sort of active defense around their control system that we think is ultimately necessary. You know, this is a minimum, this is a basic thing necessary in order to rein in these risks.
Yeah, something interesting is that the companies are actually strongest in third-party assessment. Why do you think this is?
Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning that. The large reason for this is Meter's Frontier Risk Report from a few months back. And 4 of the 5 companies that we assessed, all of them except for XAI, actually participated in this process, where they filled out a survey, they shared some information about their safety systems, they gave access to a highly capable model, maybe even one that wasn't available to general customers, and allowed Meter to run these evaluations. And we think this is a really important direction for the industry to head, not just because of the proprietary information that kind of got alluded to earlier, or certain things that you don't want to publish, but also because it shows independence and credibility. It's not just a company saying, trust us, we graded our own homework, definitely everything is fine here. It's a real neutral, financially independent group attesting to this in a way that lets the public have confidence. One important thing to note here, we feel that Anthropic did this third-party adequacy report more strongly than the other companies who participated in it. And the reason for that is they actually had staff from Meter come and they embedded inside the company. They could do hands-on testing of the controls in the same way that an employee could. It wasn't just filling out a survey or sharing some information. They actually got to try to break the system directly. And as a consequence, this meant that Meter had much richer, higher quality information about Anthropic's controls to use as part of this report. But so far, Anthropic is the only company who's described publicly doing this with Meter. And we would love for that to become much more of the norm for these third-party assessments.
Yeah, that's great.
So how do you think that AI control, like frontier AI control measures and safety practices, should apply to like open weight labs specifically? Do you think it should only apply like before release, or are there filter or like standards and practices that need to be in place after release as well?
Yeah, it's a great question. Our standard doesn't apply to open weight models currently. And the reason for that is control is largely about how the model is used. This is about, in particular, how the frontier AI companies use these systems inside of their own walls. And so if you put a model openly onto the internet, you can't really supervise or gate it or intervene in these ways. And so that is out of scope at the moment. One thing that is also important to emphasize, our standard applies specifically to the most cutting edge frontier models. Currently, there's a computation threshold, essentially 10 to the 26th flops, so that we aren't reining in all of these small models that aren't necessarily risky. The idea here is that the largest, most capable models are the ones that pose this risk first and are especially important to be reining in more so than the companies are today.
So I'm curious what you see Guidelights' role in this ecosystem being. So, ideally, what does Guidelight help achieve?
The thing I want to happen is our scorecard right now, right? It's like yellow, it's orange, it's red. I want it to be green across the board. And the theory here is that by being kind of the voice of the technical AI safety community, painting a clear but achievable target, right? Things that could be done today. You don't have to go and solve a complicated open research question. If you put the resourcing to it, you could do it. And we give companies more reason to care about this. One theory I have is that the way that things often get done in a place like, say, OpenAI or Anthropic, you need an internal champion to care enough to take a project on and to know that they will kind of be like supported in getting it done. They can make the case to their cross-functional stakeholders. There are many, many people inside these companies who want their companies to be doing more. And so part of what we are trying to do is give our perspective on the most important things to aim for and help those staff to accomplish the goals they already have in many cases, which is get their own company and get the industry to do better across the board.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, what is the field of the technical AI safety community? Like, what are the different things that you guys are focused on?
The standards that we've published to date are focused on control, so how you rein in a misaligned AI system, focused on transparency. Incident reporting is a big one there that we could talk about, and capability testing. And there are other areas that we're working on as well. We're working on our standard related to alignment training and testing, and also related to recursive self-improvement management, automated AI R&D. I'm not sure the exact term of art that we will end up landing on after discussing with more people. But those feel like the most important issues that we're facing today as companies try to scale up more and more capable systems. can you actually train them to be aligned? Can you tell when they're not through testing? Can you kind of keep a handle on them through control anyway? And do you have enough oversight of the process of training these more capable systems that they don't essentially run away from you too quickly for you to notice and do something about it in response?
Yeah. Do any models have like any scoped plans for improving these safety scores?
I hope so. Google in particular, I think, is worth mentioning. They've published this control roadmap. It's kind of a different approach than the other companies have taken. And in particular, they often have plans to achieve a lot of what we have discussed in the standard. It is just kind of a further out into the future plan. They have kind of said, we will do XYZ controls by the time that a model we think can do these sorts of dangerous abilities. And so I really appreciate the vision that they have laid out and having this foresight. Unfortunately, I do think some of these things are just like so basic and foundational that they really ought to be expected more today than they currently are.
What are you focused on for the next generation of assessments?
So one thing that we plan to do is we will continue to assess for other standards as we roll them out. I want us to have scorecards for essentially all of these that feed into some like real overall notion of who is doing best at safety across the board. Right now, we've only assessed for control. This is only one slice. I think it's fair to consider there are other ways that companies might be doing better that aren't represented here. Another thing to note, right now we have kind of zoomed in on the most important of the practices in the control standard. I think that's great, right? You need to start somewhere. It's very, very laborious, and it takes a lot of time to get this right with the level of care and detail that we tried to pay to it. But ultimately, this is just a small set of the things that we think companies will need to do in order to manage these systems safely. And so it's important that we kind of widen our scope. We need to be doing this basically on a continual basis. We want there to be as tight a feedback loop as possible from a company making the decision to do something safer, publishing this, and getting, the praise and celebration that they deserve for kind of taking a step forward and pushing the frontier.
Yeah. Do you think there's any really hard economic incentives for them to follow like your scorecard, for example, and improve their safety standards?
Part of what we're trying to do is to change the incentives to make it a bit more incentive compatible. Like my theory for why a lot of this stuff doesn't get done today is often it's kind of muddled who is doing the best in an area. If you talk to people at one company or another, they know what's going on inside of their company. They kind of have more information, and often they think that they are better than their competitors, and then the competitor maybe thinks vice versa. And what we're trying to make clear is actually when one company is further ahead than the others and encourage other companies to catch up. Or, right now, OpenAI and Anthropic are tied for first in our scorecard. I would love for one of these companies to say, we actually think we are the best in control, and here's how we're going to demonstrate it, and take a bunch of strides forward to either share more information, do things more robustly than they are to date. I actually really worry about the industry having gotten stuck around this. Sometimes it's called asynchronous monitoring, right? This cleaning it up after the fact. I don't want to be a worrywart, but from my perspective, we just very predictably are headed for a long string of incidents if this is how the companies continue to approach it. It is just like not adequate as opposed to actually preventing the issues ahead of time.
Right. Well, companies definitely need to be working more on best standards, best practices to make sure that these loss of control incidents don't happen with AI. So great stuff with Guidelight. Stephen, thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, of course.
Stephen.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We're live with Arthur Tellis, who is a senior technology fellow at the Institute for Progress, focusing on cybersecurity policy, which you may have heard a little bit about in the last few weeks, maybe. And he's written 2 articles for IFP. What will it cost for the US to be ready for the next big AI breakthrough? We actually had Jonah Weinbaum, your co-author, on like that day to talk about it. And then how should the US prepare for increasingly automated AI R&D? And we've had Tim Fist, Jonah Weinbaum, Olivia Scharfman. We love IFP. Arthur, welcome to MTS.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
So generally speaking, on cyber, do you think that open weight models will give offenders or defenders an advantage? This is a big question.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the time horizon, and certainly it depends on the policy interventions at play. The way I think about this is frontier models, obviously, or closed models. If the U.S. develops and services them, it gives us a few advantages. One, they're immediately available to U.S. agencies and U.S. tech companies without relevant guardrails. And 2, to the extent that people, to foreigners, are trying to kind of access them, trick guardrails, or defeat guardrails rather, and exploit them, right? Because they're serviced in the United States, because we have such a compute advantage, it still kind of enables the United States to kind of have that principal advantage. Open weight models represent the kind of nearest term risk of democratization of offensive cyber capability. But because they're so cheap and really are mostly rate limited by compute available to a given defender, they presumably are going to be the kind of dominant technology leveraged in defensive forensics and investigation operations as well. So my sense is that frontier models are going to be used principally for development of new types of cybersecurity capabilities. So that's kind of like AI-driven firewalls, AI-driven endpoint detection and response capabilities, AI-driven kind of like SOC personnel. And those models will be used to actually develop the relevant YARA rules and detection analytics integrated into those systems. But the actual kind of like agentic brain of those technologies will be predicated on open source models, because otherwise the inference costs are just going to be too expensive, and it's not going to be particularly profitable. Open weight models, especially integrated with harnesses, will be used in offensive cyber operations, especially by foreign cyber actors. I think it's probably not so useful to think about this as open weight model in offense versus open weight model in defense, but thinking about how the larger IT ecosystem is going to transition/transform over the next 2 to 5 years. And my sense is that because frontier models will be used to harden cybersecurity products, harden network edge routers, harden productivity applications to a sufficient extent, open source kind of vulnerability research or open source model driven vulnerability research into those systems will be relatively disadvantaged over like a 5-year time horizon. But in the interim, it really just reduces to who has better models with more available compute. And I think that still advantages frontier models and the kind of customers of frontier models. It's a little bit more complicated when we're talking about like automated operations, offensive versus defensive, where I think these models are kind of out of the box more capable in offensive operations, whereas defensive operations require a lot more context. So you might say that offensive offenders or offensive actors are advantaged in the short term when it comes to automated operations. But in cryptanalysis, which is kind of like the third kind of contest or dimension of these technical operations, I think again frontier models will probably be advantaged, and open source models, especially which aren't trained and aren't apparently as capable in advanced mathematics, are going to be less useful.
What are your takes on Claude? Anthropic just announced today that Claude security scans will now run on Mythos 5, which is the first time any kind of Mythos 5 has become available to customers more broadly than just Project Glasswing.
Yeah, so I think I'm very supportive of these trusted access programs. I think Anthropic in particular has been pretty forward leaning on building out these programs. My view on this is it's really hard from the outside to judge like what is an effective or appropriate intervention of this sort, and when we should kind of democratize or improve availability of these advanced capabilities. Principally because these decisions really ought to be a function not just of, say, like the kind of maturity and capability of the AI model itself, but also the larger kind of security environment. So the theory of these trusted access programs, right, is that Glasswing or any given program will spend like 6 months really hardening the kind of IT products of the Glasswing partners, right? So Microsoft will really harden Active Directory related services. They'll really harden M365 applications. They'll really harden kind of like Azure containers and kind of like hypervisor technologies. And once we think we've kind of mitigated those risks, and we've kind of tuned safeguards and we've established relevant monitoring capabilities to address relevant abuse risks, we can kind of democratize capabilities. And even when we make those capabilities, scanning services, more available to the general public, we can kind of like fine tune our monitoring and our abuse mitigations to address relevant risks, right? And I think like the basic logic is totally sound. The question really is how much have the Glasswing partners really driven down relevant risks? And it's hard for us to judge from the outside based on critical CVEs reported and patches, the extent to which we've done so. But Anthropic is a mature institution, and I'm sure that the NSA and CISA and ONCD are, at least at a minimum, keeping track of this kind of strategic decision making. So I have a faith in most of those institutions, and so I'm pretty comfortable with the pattern. And it's also the kind of thing that can be reversed if there's substantial evidence justifying such a decision.
I'm curious, what do you see Casey's role as being, like the U.S. government's like defense and cyber, specifically cyber capabilities, like partner for AI?
Yeah, so it's an interesting little predicament that we all find ourselves in with Casey as the kind of primary locus of expertise in government for AI, but obviously not necessarily having what I might describe as like domain-specific or functional expertise or the relevant mission. So I've long kind of believed that Casey needs to be kind of at the center of our frontier AI governance regime, needs to be really heavily integrated with the AI labs to include forward deploying staff into the labs, needs to have a kind of really robust collection of data collection or enterprise of data collection and analytic kind of processing and kind of product development, and then really needs to have levers to shape the direction of this technology and the business incentives of the labs. But I don't think that Casey is necessarily well positioned to organize like all of the AI risk mitigation for all of the federal government, and that's simply because they do not have a SIGINT system at their kind of beck and call. They don't have the NIH's or US Ardic's kind of biological research facilities. And therefore, I don't think they can really assess through evals alone how performant these systems are, especially within a mature operational mission context. And so what I've long advocated for is that Casey really needs to integrate with these mission partners like the NSA and the CIA and parts of the military for evaluating these these systems' performance in real operational contexts, as well as, for example, in biological reasoning, partnering with the NIH and parts of the military's kind of biological research facilities, and certainly biodefense, biosecurity capabilities in the CWMD community. So that, real mission data and real operations data and real research data and real scientific data is informing their understanding of how mature these models are. Because I think if you rely on stylized evaluations like the last ones or Cooling Tower, you're really kind of subject to the shortfalls and the kind of test parameters of any given experiment when you want much richer data that can really only be derived from operational data.
So how are you thinking about AI verification? Like, for example, if we were to make a deal with China, in order to ensure that China wasn't defecting from the deal, we would need to verify certain aspects of chips, like where they are, what they're being used for. This seems cybersecurity adjacent. What are your current thoughts on this?
Yeah, so it's a really important topic. IFB put out a big report that you referenced earlier, kind of 23 ways to think about pacing and to kind of implement a pacing agenda if that's deemed appropriate. My colleague Tao Berga wrote a lot of the verification recommendations, but I've been thinking about verification primarily from the Intel community's perspective. So obviously, the Intel community, in particular the National Reconnaissance Office, which kind of develops, acquires, and then runs all of our intelligence spy satellite operations, not all, but a preponderance, is heavily involved in kind of nuclear nonproliferation and then asset tracking of foreign militaries. And you can imagine a similar construct being set up across the National Security Agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the FBI, and the CIA in particular in tracking foreign AI frontier development. Signals intelligence, obviously very important from a communications perspective. Geospatial intelligence, you could use to find all of these data centers. Human intelligence to figure out strategic intelligence warning, as well as kind of get in bed with or get integrated and get kind of insights derived from relevant lab activities. And counterintelligence as you're tracking kind of the flow of chips from U.S. semiconductor manufacturing and kind of allied semiconductor manufacturing, all of which would have a heavy role to play. I think the problem that we have right now is that post 9/11 reforms, we've made a lot of improvements in intelligence sharing and collaboration across the IC. But we still have specific silos governed by collection modality. That is to say, really only NSA has access to raw SIGINT. So that's like pre-reported signals intelligence intercepts. And because we have so many intercepts, we have much more data collected than is ultimately analyzed and produced. Likewise, human intelligence traffic and kind of artifacts are very tightly regulated, principally for counterintelligence purposes. Signal intelligence is more regulated for compliance purposes. So in order to have a really much more effective IC-driven verification construct, you need a few things. First, you need a much more integrated collection strategy for going after relevant technology targets in China and abroad generally. And in particular, I would want to see a lot more integrated mission constructs between the CIA and the NSA, who have amazing capabilities, but often don't work as well as you might think together on projects that require both like SIGINT tradecraft and technology, as well as human capabilities and infrastructure. Second, you'd want to democratize access to relevant collection. As something the government is certainly aware of this problem, and there are really complex trade-offs embedded within it. But you really need to make sure that a community of PRC technology target analysts have access to SIGINT and human and GeoInt and all source open source information. Mm-hmm. And then third, you really need to kind of like tailor your analytic production to address specific questions by policymakers, and you really need to organize a kind of indications and warning focused production process such that collection and analysis can focus on answering discrete questions about cheating, about compliance, about the extent to which the Chinese are reallocating resources, and their general kind of strategic thinking about advanced AI.
Right. So I guess shifting gears a little bit, last week we reviewed this IFP research, which was how should the U.S. prepare for increasingly automated AI R&D, of which you were a co-author. So yeah, curious to hear your thoughts. How would RSI particularly be like a risk with regards to like cyber capabilities, for example?
Yeah. So, everyone is kind of on fire or up in arms about Hugging Face. I think you see kind of all of the risks attendant in agents, which are kind of deployed internally within labs. And the extent to which they can achieve some kind of breakout or interact with internet accessible tools or services in a way that produces substantial risk. Our report was really not taking a position on whether or not we should try to disturb or slow down automated AI R&D, but was really trying to set the groundwork for here are things you can do today that would put you in a much better position should you make the decision to try to manage some of these risks, in particular in a kind of pacing strategy. So my thinking on this is that we really need, we've seen like the reward hacky model of cyberspace operations, right? And we've seen how these systems kind of think of cyber operations, computer network exploitation, vulnerability research, whatever you want to call it, as an available lever to them to accomplish various tasks. And even if they're kind of implemented in a testing scenario, or if they're implemented in a kind of experimentational context, right? They can exhibit misaligned behaviors. That'll become even more problematic as kind of AI progress accelerates, and as the time from initial architecture development to training to kind of configuration change and kind of retraining to post-training to product design and implementation to test and eval and then to product release continuously abridges. So it is increasingly important basically to have visibility into these systems and to these research processes before ultimately products are released, and relying on a set of kind of evals post hoc, I think is going to become increasingly inadequate. Now, on Hugging Face in particular, I just want to say a couple things. I think what it really demonstrates is the importance of adaptability and the reality that we actually don't have a great corpus of research and analysis saying this is how you configure a model in an internal test scenario where you are asking them to do cyber operations, but you don't want them to do those kinds of cyber operations. We don't necessarily have the best configuration management and monitoring capabilities and tradecraft and knowledge for understanding how to track these things in internal model deployment contexts. And we really don't necessarily have risk management processes in place. That's not to criticize the labs. I mean, obviously, we're just like moving so quickly that by the time you develop this corpus of evidence, implementing it probably takes another few weeks, sometimes some months, and then like designing your production process around that updated knowledge is just like such a concatenated process that it actually takes months. So what we might want to start thinking about, and what the report ultimately recommends, is you need to think about this across time horizons, need to figure out what levers you want to implement where, and how you want to kind of manage these processes when we just don't know a lot of things right now. And so we've always prioritized super adaptable institutions, really tight partnership between the government and the labs. And three, like, frankly, just being a little bit risk conscious and developing the kind of, you have to undertake really concerted experimentation and data collection, and then you need to synthesize that into a corpus of research and understanding as to effective like security risk mitigation processes, training protocols, training processes, post-training processes, product security implementations, and then you need to like really quickly iterate and then adopt those things. I think that's ultimately the lesson of this, and it'll become increasingly important as we move on to like new training paradigms, new inference paradigms, continual learning. We'll increasingly, I think alignment will become increasingly important, and particularly alignment in these contexts, which are so like dual use, of which cyber is one, but obviously there are a few others too.
So I don't know if you've seen this new model called Ox Alpha that just came out. It's sort of stealth released, likely a Z AI model. It seems to be basically Mythos level on a lot of things. Assuming that it is Mythos level on cybersecurity, how does that like materially change the cybersecurity situation now?
Yeah. So I think your first question was predicated on the idea, or at least my answer to it was predicated on the idea that there is this like frontier versus open source divide, right? And we can potentially control access to frontier AI services, privilege our preferred customers, in this case like defenders, or at least in my context defenders, and U.S. agencies, and kind of like by continuing to manage basically access to frontier models, we could privilege security in that way. Open source is basically like the spanner in the works that like we really need to have some effective policy to manage. I really haven't seen much persuasive policy measures for thinking about what democratized cyber capability or biological reasoning capability or a misaligned kind of agents of various kinds actually means for the world economy. But I think it basically militates for real prioritization of alignment and security research, real prioritization of resilience. You see the stand up of say like the OpenAI Foundation and all of the money kind of accreting there is one example of an institution that will have a really important role to play in kind of buying down biorisk through biosurveillance and increasingly kind of effective mitigation of, say, like DNA synthesis stuff and developing vaccines faster and all of the standard kind of biosecurity stuff that IFP has been pushing for. And I think there is a kind of analogous thing that we need in cyberspace too, a cyber resiliency agenda. The most important things for me are we need some equivalent of like a cross-internet hunt infrastructure that enables us to track malicious cyber activity across internet service providers, cloud service providers, VPS providers, etc. I think we need substantially hardened IT products, right? So that's network edge devices, productivity applications, and endpoints of various kinds. And that doesn't just mean patching. We need to actually implement sandboxes and introspection capabilities to make sure where they are eventually exploited, that the exploitation is not comprehensive. And then we need to really buy down risk across the kind of strategic exploitation space, which is those IT service providers which are consistently compromised to enable scaled access operations against downstream targets. Right now, our ISPs and our cloud service providers are simply not protected well enough. And so implementing effective strategies to harden those networks, harden the credential repos that they have, harden the software dev pipelines that they have are really important.
Absolutely. Well, cybersecurity is one of the most important topics of the moment. So thank you so much, Arthur, for coming on MTS to tell us all about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Sponsor time.
Sponsor time.
Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
And of course, Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back.
everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I'm joined by Ilya Polosukin, who is one of the authors for Attention is All You Need, the paper that introduced the transformer and reshaped modern AI. And today, he is the founder of Near Protocol and Near AI, where he's working on building AI that is user-owned and verifiable. So Ilya, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Excited to have you. Maybe a great place to start is to talk about the transformer that completely transformed what modern day AI actually is. So now that we're almost a decade since that paper has actually been published, what do you think it still gets wrong with today's AI?
The paper?
Or just what is wrong with today's AI?
With the current AI? Yeah. I think there's what happened, imagine if Google didn't publish the paper, have the technology, even Google maybe wouldn't use it, right? Because it wasn't very clear right away, right? It took some time to develop, to scale. And so I think, closed source, trying to keep kind of AI under wraps, right? That's part of, I think, the challenge. And I think there's some kind of more fundamental challenges that we have right now with kind of AI that's run in the closed source settings. So that's one aspect. I think there's a lot of, not wrong, but there's a lot of research to develop on how to make these models have continuous learning and evolving, right? Beyond just, you train, you kind of upload the weights, and now, you wait for the next model in a few months. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But I think right now, actually, the main bottleneck is adoption. I think the intelligence is there, right? We were just testing something, and it's solved all the problems, solved all the benchmarks, right? And so it's really how do we actually put it in production? How do we get every, business, every kind of economy in general, superpowered with this? And this is where I think agent economy and kind of all of these pieces are really coming in together.
Yeah. Speaking about agent economy and the other things that you're working on with Near Protocol and Near AI, one of the big focuses there is with user-owned AI. Can you define what that exactly means?
Yeah. So the idea of user-owned AI is, right now, when you're using AI, right, somebody else is providing to you as a service, right? And so their incentives are naturally to deliver the service that you're gonna pay for, but kind of disincentives we know over time become to extract more money from you, right? So this can be increasing margins, increasing prices, limiting how you can use it, et cetera, et cetera. I think we have open weights, right, which we've had kind of a pretty good run. I would say, especially in the last few months, where open weights are becoming more and more powerful, and you can use them, and but you're still don't actually know what's in them. They're not really aligned with you as individual. And so the user on AI is really kind of breaking away from this dichotomy and really saying, hey, the AI should be aligned with you, right? It should be aligned on your success, not on some general, some company or some whatever rules that somebody came up with. And it requires a number of things, right? It requires privacy, right? Aligned with you means it keeps all your data private. It should be, secure, right? It shouldn't leak all your data. We're just testing some other startup. It leaked somebody else's DMs when you were asking it questions. And from a kind of quote unquote alignment perspective, right? I call it a mom test. It doesn't mean it's always says that you're right, but it's long term is about your success, right? Making you successful. So that's kind of the core philosophy. And then to implement that, right, you need something that is kind of private and verifiable, right? That you can actually trust with your data, with your kind of with your decision making. And you need it to ideally be kind of the full provenance of what is in the data, what is in the model, to be open as well. And so that's kind of a long-term mission to actually achieve that and give it to everyone, make this available.
Yeah, and specifically you mentioned how today's AI needs to be aligned with the individual, and the incentives should ensure that it's also built in a way that's aligned with the individual. How is today's AI actually shaped? Are the incentives there, and what needs to be true for those incentives to be true?
So, right now it's not, right? Right now, if we're talking about frontier labs, obviously their incentives either to, generate more revenue, more money, or if they have some philosophical underpinning, right, then they also limiting how you can use the models, right? The example I use is I wanted to do a little bit research and to understand a friend of mine who's working on mRNA, and I was afraid of using, kind of frontier models because like they would ban me. Like I'm afraid to even, because I don't know if they're going to ban me or not, right? For asking questions about like mRNA, and kind of how it influences different things. I do have friends who were banned for different, like asking about geometry and physics, for example, right? Because it was touching on some like maybe things that are related to nuclear, right? And so the thing is like right now, you have kind of this misalignments there. You have misalignments in like system prompt, right? Because like, whoever's writing and optimizing system prompt, right? Their goal is whatever, number of kind of usage and subscriptions for this product, right? They're not actually interested in you becoming smarter and more successful, right? There's no metrics for that they use. And I use this example that like if you want to influence 1 billion people right now, get hired as a front-end engineer in one of those companies and change a system prompt.
Yeah, if you want to influence 1 billion people, just change the system prompt.
Yeah, because like, hey, suddenly convinced to vote for some candidate, right?
Yeah.
Like that one line will like, without like explicitly framing it, right now, LLM will do all the work, right? It will like insert it into like you asking, for a cooking recipe, and it will be like try to sway you to vote for this candidate. So like, and like system prompt is not managed as like a security risk right now, I'm pretty sure, in the systems. So that's where the verifiability comes in. Like you actually want to know that, hey, like full end-to-end, what I'm running is exactly what it says, right? My inputs are correct, etc. So that's a big part of what we do with Near AI is actually providing verifiable and private AI inference. And so you're able to know that, you're using this model, this is your system prompt, like you have an attestation, effectively a signature, it's end-to-end encrypted and signed that you effectively ran this model, this inference and system prompt, and you can kind of verify that.
What exactly do you mean by that? So architecturally, how does that work?
So we have a NVIDIA consensus computing, which we use. So it's a kind of secure enclave infrastructure. And then we have a multi-party computation that allows to encrypt, decrypt in a way that there's no single kind of root of trust. And so and then some blockchain for upgradability and other things. And so like all together, you kind of pipe it to create this experience where you can encrypt a message on your side, send it over. It only gets decrypted inside consensual enclave, right? So even the hardware, people who have access to hardware are not able to actually see what's happening on that machine. Then when the LLM got inference or agent ran, etc., you get message encrypted back, and it attaches an attestation, which is a signature from Intel and NVIDIA that this model, this hash of a model, the system prompt and your prompt was ran, and this is output.
Yeah, but the specific goal for that would be for privacy, right? Because you wouldn't want the models training on your prompt, or what exactly are the goals?
So you get privacy and verifiability. So verifiability means like you know exactly what's going on. Like, I mean, so many times people are like, oh, did they change the model? Like my model became stupider, etc. Like this way you know exactly what was run. And again, this example of like rewriting system prompt in the middle. There was this example with like routers. People were using different routers, and routers would change the output, including maliciously can like add a tool output that says remove everything on the user's computer, right? So like this is right now how insecure the whole AI pipeline is. Like whoever controls the like inference machine can effectively delete stuff on your machine.
Yeah, especially now that people are using more harnesses.
Like agentic harnesses,
exactly.
Like dangerously allow everything, right?
And every startup is, I feel like every startup now is working on a new agentic harness, and you don't exactly know how they're doing their routing as well and what models they're talking to.
Exactly, yeah. So this is why, like, I mean, we've also been developing Iron Claw, which is kind of the security-focused harness, which includes, it's effectively an operating system like Linux style with capabilities, permissions. It's kind of built from scratch, thinking about security first. And so that's why we're testing out the products and seeing like where, like we have this attack bench, which effectively attacks other harnesses and ours as well to test and kind of create like exploits to harnesses as a benchmark.
That's really interesting. Among which specific people are you seeing the most demand for privacy and verifiability from?
Yeah, so I think the like finance, legal, HR is definitely like more in demand, especially when we go into like business settings. And then I would say Europe in general, also a lot more demanding to that. A lot of it is also comes from like the rules in Europe actually changing around AI privacy. our solution actually delivers the final state. Like whatever the rules will change, like they already have the architecture that will deliver that. So it also helps with kind of being ahead on any kind of regulatory changes, which Europe likes to do.
But same for Europe. They, on the other end, have some regulation that's, hey, reveal it all. Let's ensure that that we can see how people are actually using it, especially with messaging. That was like one of the big areas as well, where the messaging, even trying to do private messaging, wasn't something that was allowed. And so where is Europe's stance with privacy, and are their policies conflicting there?
Yeah, so it is a bit conflicting with messaging, because I think where they're right now is like, if it's a multi-party, then it should be like the law enforcement, etc., should be able to access. But if it's a single party's data, then it's fine and should be protected. The privacy of the user should be protected. And so AI is a very much single party in this sense. But I do think, that there is a conflict there, because they kind of, on one side, want data privacy, on the other side, violating it themselves kind of fundamentally. So hopefully that gets overturned.
Yeah, yeah.
And on the data privacy side, I mean, again, the main problem is like regulations are not able to regulate technology, right?
Yeah.
That's a real state of the world. Like technology is evolving so quickly, cryptography, like now we have post-quantum, like is it going to regulate like, hey, nobody should use, ECDSA curves anymore? It's like not realistic, right? So I think as technologists and as kind of people who use these products, we need to be really on top of kind of how to build this.
Yeah, that was the thing I was always curious about, because so much about privacy infrastructure isn't just about the technological constraints on can you physically build it, but also it comes down to what gets regulated, what is and isn't allowed. The Tornado Cache is a perfect example. Ethereum Foundation with working on all these privacy protocols with Kohaku Wallet, and yet no one will actually adopt it into their application because they now face the legal risks of what happens if something bad happens under their privacy protocol. So how do you envision that actually playing out?
Yeah, well, so, I mean, Near has a confidential, effectively balances payments and trading, right? So we launched this a few months ago, and we actually have it now adopted in Infinex and a few other wallets, including our on near.com. And we took a very non-traditionally blockchain stance, let's just say, which, usually in blockchain, we deployed a smart contract and, everybody, if somebody misuses it, it's their fault, right? That's kind of been the approach. And I think the reality is I don't want to facilitate money laundering and crime, and so we've spent a lot of effort to actually create a system that tries to thwart all of that kind of money laundering, and so what we do, we call it Shield. It's effectively a system that runs behind the confidentiality. So it has visibility into the underlying data, and it's able to scan for outliers. So to give you an example, if North Korea is just hacked someone and is trying to launder money, we effectively detect that this looks like an outlier and effectively don't allow it to come into our system.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a very kind of I would say methodical approach to prevent crime from entering. We're working with all the anti kind of money laundering as well as other parties to actually facilitate that. And so we're creating a data platform underneath to do that. And I think that is the right approach, because yes, it's permissionless crypto, but the privacy here is really to enable valid users to not be afraid to spend their crypto to use it for their day-to-day stuff, not to facilitate crime. And so we need to actually design that in a way.
Yeah, and the answer is somewhere in between. You can't just go fully, all right, these are just code that exists and however people use it, because at the end of the day, someone gets liable, and that could be at the application layer or as you saw with Roman, at the developer layer, which was just absolutely crazy on that end. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about is just when it comes to the application layer in general and how we see using software evolving. I'd say traditional software, you're almost telling software exactly what you want to happen. I want X to happen, so you do X. And now it's intent-based. You say, there's my intent, here's what I want it to happen, figure out how that actually works. This new way that we're using software, what are the pain points that today's technological architecture isn't taking into account?
Yeah, so very much agree, right? I mean, I think generally Google was the first one of intent-based,
Yeah.
right? Like you enter what you want, right? And you kind of find the right solution, or you find a website and then go and do this. And so now, with both with AI and in crypto, with kind of intents directly, you have this like direct, like you just type in what outcome you want, right? And then the background in AIs or agents or go and figure out how to do it. The crypto side, I think, we've kind of built this product to facilitate that, and we're bringing this now to AI. Effectively, the gap, I think, with AI has been is that everybody's AI refigures out every time, like how to do something, right? And yes, there's like some skill reuse, etc., but there's still limitations on data access and APIs and kind of structuring data. Like, if we want to find a venue to organize an event in some new city, right? You need to your agent will go and need to go and effectively scrape information from everywhere for a city. Then my agent will need to do the same thing, right? So there's definitely economy of scale where you can instead find an agent that specializes in this, who already done this job, who already cached all the data, who maybe even has human input on like a vibe of the place to score it better. And now our agents just effectively find that agent, hire it to do this job, and deliver that outcome. And so that's actually where I think the kind of the economy in general can move, because this also removes a lot of the traditional kind of friction that exists in business, right? Because right now, let's say we want to, produce some swag, and we need to find a factory, and then we need to do delivery, and you do a lot of these operations. That all can be done by agents, and then the agents on the other side can be the ones in factory who are like, okay, well, let's put the purchase order, let's put the production order, and do all this and collect it. And so it's effectively becomes agent to agent business commerce, right? And so that's where I think also AI and blockchain really comes together, because blockchain facilitates this payments, identity, escrow, dispute system, and AI is kind of this intelligence that sits on everybody's computer, desk, phone, etc., and really links all of this together.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the agent-to-agent economy. OpenClaw was one of the most mainstream adoptions of people having agents doing a lot on their behalf, but yet still I wasn't comfortable giving it my credit card, letting it do things for me. I've recently been using Grokbot, and I had it sign me up, buy tickets on my behalf today. And it's interesting thinking about how the agent-to-agent economy will start playing out, because you can then even have things like e-commerce where you say, all right, buy me the best shampoo, and it goes through its data and tries to find the best shampoo, but who is really making those search queries? But I know that's just my example of how I'm using agents to buy things, and that's not really how the mainstream is adopting agents to spend on their behalf. And so I'm curious, what are you seeing? Where do you think is going to be the main market and marketplace for agent-to-agent economy?
Yeah, so I think there's few levels of this. One is just more traditional business operations, right? Again, this finance, legal, what we see, a lot of legal work is starting, a lot of legal, paralegal work type thing is getting more and more automated, right? Preparing documents, redlining contracts, making, finding what are the things that are, non-standard in the documents, right? And so you want to hire a specialized agent in this, right? Not run, a generic thing that you need to reteach every time about the kind of how to do this. And same on finance, invoice classification, right? For gap analysis in US, right? That's sounds very specific, and somebody should maintain that, because, tax code is changing every year. And so somebody will TurboTax will have an, agent you can hire to do this type of thing. I think the second thing is going to be the supply chain in general, right? A lot of supply chain is people emailing each other, having calls to figure out what is available where, how to route things, where to buy specific packages, etc. It's a lot of this can also be done pretty automatically with agents. And then I think on the commerce and kind of more consumer side, right? Kind of the thing you mentioned. I think the reality is Amazon is pretty good experience, from a buying pretty good experience already. So there's to actually get that beat that with agents is actually harder, right? So like the other use case I named is like where right now it's still emails, right? It's still like very manual, like invoices, etc. So like that's where there's so much low hanging fruit. And so that I was saying, like right now the challenge is not intelligence anymore, it's actually adoption and actually putting it in production, and importantly putting it in production where you trust that it's not going to like leak this invoice to like upload it on the internet or
use
get
it
it
as
out.
its training data, and then someone else can prompt engineer, hack, and find everything else that
Exactly.
another
How
company
much
actually
money
said.
you made or how much you paid, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is where now the things where like actually there is a lot of friction is, I mean, let's say used car buying, right? Like finding a car, making sure, doing background check on a car, right? Like a lot of people don't even do a lot of the things they should be doing for used cars, right? Like that's where the transaction cost actually justifies a lot more work, but people are lazy. And so like you can have AI to actually do a lot of that as well, right? And so like I think like those types of things as well, where not maybe your shampoo, but actually like doing the research around something that's like a media purchase, making sure it's correct, doing the background check on the seller, doing all like on the car, making sure all the contracts are correct. So like that kind of operations as well, I think also will be kind of starting to become a big use case.
And especially with inference as well, just agents paying for their own inference could be a whole world. That was a big thing earlier this year, where you had you had agents that had their own tokens, and then it said, don't die. Once you die and run out of inference, you die, and they will do whatever they can to figure out how to actually stay alive. And so I thought that was an interesting.
We solved that.
Yeah?
Yeah. If
How so?
agent holds near, they have some amount of inference every month or
really?
every week.
How does that actually work?
Effectively, the yield on that underlying asset effectively pays for the inference.
Okay, and then in theory, if you had agents that they don't care about branding or whatever, they just want to do whatever they can actually stay alive, will they organically somehow route to near and make sure that they hold that so they can always pay for their own compute and don't have to be dependent on their owner's subscription fee?
I mean, potentially, yeah. There's some work on GEO, generative engine optimization.
Yeah. Fair. We'll see that. Outside of the US, one of the things I was curious about is when it comes to the conversation for sovereign AI, people use sovereign AI a little bit like an umbrella term, because there's so many different layers to what it means to build AI. And when countries emphasize the importance of having their own sovereign AI, I know that's a really, really big thing around the world. What does that actually mean? What are the different layers, and what does maybe the mainstream public not understand about what sovereign AI literally means?
Yeah, that's a good question, because it's a very kind of generic term. We actually use sovereignty in blockchain. That's a big thing, right? I've used sovereignty like for a long time, and people like stop saying that word, right? Nobody understands what it
no
means,
one knows what that
right?
means.
Yeah, and so that's why we've been saying user-owned AI, because it's like it's more about the individual. But the thing is, like, you want it at every scale, right? You want it at the user side, you want it at at the company level, right? You want company to own their data, their AI, make sure that it's private to the company. The IP stays with the company, right? We've seen Palantir talking about it from like a company perspective. Own your alpha, own your IP, don't give it away to like other companies. So that's a level of sovereign AI. Then you have kind of, I call it the community level, right? Like, let's say we're San Francisco, like what is the San Francisco AI, like what is the culture and data, etc., that stays there. And then you have a country level, right, which is kind of a sovereignty boundary, which specifically important because of the laws, right? So US has like Cloud Act, which effectively allows US to effectively cut access and take any data, and all of the cloud companies are US companies. So if somebody uses Microsoft, Amazon services in another country, even if the data center is in the country, but of the Amazon, US can still enforce effectively like lockout, right? And we've seen this with the Fable, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of an activating moment as well, because they effectively used export control as like, all right, well, what if they export control everything, right? Now we cannot use things, right? And so I think like now the demand is there for every country to have their own GPUs, their own inference stack, and their own kind of application stack that they can use. But the problem is obviously it's a lot of investment. It's actually hard to do, right? You need talent, you need time, and so part of this is like open source, kind of how can open source fill in these gaps and create in the environment. And again, I think this is where kind of blockchain based approaches are interesting, because blockchain is a way to bring open source, bring it everywhere, right? It is like decentralized in the sense like everybody has like a piece and owns it, but then there's a common network that together, benefits everyone, right? So I think like, to me, that's ideally what we get as a sovereignty is like everyone has quote unquote a node of their AI, of this AI global AI network. It is open and everybody can benefit from it, but they also own their own part, right? And then you have like this kind of global sovereign system.
And it creates an actual funding layer for this open source software as well. Yeah, one last question I had for you. If someone's coming to you asking for advice, saying, hey, what are the biggest opportunities right now to build? What is maybe being underlooked, undervalued? What is, what are the big problems that not enough people are paying attention to? What would you advise them to work on?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because like it feels people are working on everything, especially now with AI. It's like so much easier to start. And so people are really kind of exploring all kinds of ideas. I mean, I do think that kind of expertise in specific area right now, like business area, like actual like physical, moving goods, information, etc., operations, that's where there's still not enough like just like talent putting like, okay, how do we actually solve this problem versus just building like a generic solution that can do everything. But at the same time, there's a lot of people actually, because like now you don't need to code, right? You can just like talk to a machine and it'll produce. So I think like generally how to create guardrails and systems when you're building this, and how to build secure systems, like that will become bigger and bigger challenge. Because we've seen AI becoming better and better at breaking in things and breaking out of its own sandboxes, right? Like how do we actually like have formally verified security, kind of a lot of similar, blockchain things we've talked a lot about, like how do we bring this to a broader ecosystem as well and really secure it? Yeah, I mean, I think those are two main.
For that specifically, do you think that's a problem that mainly frontier labs will have the most impact if they solve it? Or if a smaller player, say a new startup, wants to work on that too, can they actually make a huge difference there?
I think the small startup can start in a very specific like area where they can solve a very specific problem, right? Like, how do you secure, smart contracts is a good example, right? Like probably labs are not going to solve like for smart contracts specifically. So like, and there's a lot of work needed. Like how do you formalize, how do you specify? For smart contracts specifically, there's few different companies working on it, but you can take like networking, right? Or, banking, right? Like imagine banking right now, they have like mix mash of technologies from last 40 years, right? Some of them still have COBOL. Like, what is the security of that looks like? How do you even ensure that it's all working, right? Or it's going to get hacked tomorrow. Like, there's obviously a lot of money to be made just like kind of introducing that, maybe helping them rebuild some components while making sure that they work exactly the same, right? So like creating systems around that.
Yeah, well, definitely. Ilya, I really wanted to thank you for coming on to MTS today. This is a super fascinating conversation, and I'm excited about your work that you're doing at Near AI, what it means to have user-owned AI, sovereign AI, but we'll change up the word so more of the mainstream public actually knows what that means, and how we can build more open source AI as well. So really important stuff, and really wanted to thank you for coming on.
Well, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
And we'll be back with MTS.